Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
Welcome, all right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and creatives of all ages. Yeah. Hello, test, test. All right, there we go. There we go. Now we're good. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, artists and creatives of all ages, to NAB NYC 2023. Try and say that 3 times fast, everyone. We're here with amazing artists from around the world and many local, showcasing Cinema 4D and all of Maxon 1's products. And we have a very special guest kicking it off, Harrison Vincent, and he's going to be showcasing not only cinema but the Substance workflow. And the nice thing about it is there's a special going on right now, so check out maxon.net and you can check out that special bundle of Substance and Maxon 1. And let's give a big round of applause for Harrison Vincent.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me here at the Maxon booth today to talk about some computers and some software and show off some cool stuff. My name is Harrison Vincent. I am a 3D director, designer, and animator. I'll start off by telling you guys just like a little bit about myself and kind of my journey into 3D. I was a failed engineering student turned graphic designer. I was all in everything engineering. I was like, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to crush it. Until I realized it's really hard. There's a lot of math. I wasn't super into that, so I pivoted to graphic design and tried to figure out a way that I could still use the 3D programs that I liked. I was in graphic design. What I was making was not great. And then I found motion design, and that's kind of when it all changed for me. I started using After Effects for a couple years, and then I started to want to think about how could I integrate 3D into my workflow and start stepping stuff up. So cinema was kind of the least scary option at the time. It didn't have a steep learning curve like a lot of the other programs, and it had a really similar animation language to After Effects, and that was comforting to me as a young creative. So I could keep working in After Effects, and if I was feeling a little spicy, I could dip over and use Cinema for a bit. And that was about 12 years ago. I've been using Cinema 4D for over a decade now, and I definitely consider myself a generalist in a lot of ways, but there's definitely areas of focus that I gravitate towards as a CG artist. So I'll go ahead and share a couple of those now for you guys. Particles. I like particles. I like animals. I like simulations. I like realism. I really try to push that in a lot of my work recently. Storytelling, design, and animation. And what all these have in common is they were all created in Cinema 4D and rendered in Redshift. For the past 7 or 8 years, I've been concentrating predominantly on just 3D design in my professional workflow. So enough talking about it. I'll go ahead and show a quick reel of some of the work that I enjoy creating. Oh, I'll try to be seamless here. Right on. Some fun stuff going on there. All right, so I like 3D. That was probably like a 50-50 blend of client work and personal work. That leads me to another thing that I like. I like personal projects. I like them a whole lot. It's definitely been a part of my process as a designer, and it kind of reminds me that like no matter like how long I'm in this industry, like I'll always be a student, and there's always a lot to learn and grow from. So do them if you get the chance. It'll help your growth as an artist. I know it pushes me to learn new software and new techniques. It helps you define your style and stand out as an artist. It's a very competitive industry. And it starts to curate the client work that you receive as well. So this process definitely helps that happen. And that leads me to my latest personal project, which is a short film called Awake. It was completed over the first 8 months of this year, kind of in between life and client gigs and all that kind of stuff. And it was a huge collaboration with a longtime friend, Matthew Morris, who creates work under the moniker 8-Bit Ghost, and he handled all of the score and sound design. So I'm going to play that for you guys today. Hope you enjoy. It's a full CG short film and utilized a lot of Maxon products.
Awake, I find myself wanting to dream. That one day I will awake. Before me is a journey, not of my choosing. At times I fear myself is an illusion. Chasing my own shadow. How long have I been here? Have I just arrived? My movements are a memory. I do not remember. The pursuit is a dream. I cannot forget. I am awake.
Thank you. That was very ambitious of a personal project, but they don't all have to be that way. I think as long as you use them as a vehicle for your own creative growth as an artist, it's going to be a great use of time. I'm going to play one more quick little video, and then I promise we'll get into some stuff. And this is like a little process video of kind of everything that went into creating a CG short of this size. That's a little bit of what we're going to be talking about today. So many horses. Yeah, so lots going on there, a lot of software, a lot of different workflows being represented. But I think it's important to note that kind of the cornerstone of that pipeline is Maxon. The character was created in ZBrush, animated in Cinema 4D, and rendered in Redshift. The shot that got the most questions was this shot right here. So today we're going to be creating this asset right here, specifically this face model, this kind of like sci-fi break apart. We're going to be creating it from a photo scan. We're going to be modifying the geometry to break it apart into these kind of like sci-fi panels, kind of like a little like kind of like Westworld effect. We're going to be using that geometry to influence our design choices in Substance Painter, and they're going to be jumping back into Cinema for some animation techniques. And then we're going to be showing a little bit of how we can use AI in another program to animate our character talking. And then we're going to assemble it all together in Cinema 4D for the final shot. So knowing these constraints beforehand definitely will aid us in our design process as we go forward. Okay, so step one, reference. Super important. It's great to kind of like get the general vibe for what you're going to be creating. It takes a lot of the guesswork out of the design process and get there a lot sooner. You can definitely see there's a lot of influence from some of these selects in the final design that we have here. Step two, photo scans. It would take me approximately 1 million years to like get this kind of realism from scratch. And now like I don't even have to try. I can rather take my time and focus on design and animation and storytelling, skills that I would like to develop. And I can start at a level of realism with one of these 3D photo scans from 3D Scan Store. They're not paying me to plug their product today, by the way. So the next step, not everything has to be created from scratch in order to achieve your vision. It took me a long time to kind of realize this as a 3D artist, and probably even longer to put it into practice, but why not use amazing assets to help you tell your story? Cool, so let's get started on some design. We're going to pop over to Cinema here. So this is kind of what the asset looks like when you bring it into Cinema. It's probably going to be scaled down by a factor of 10 or 100 or something like that. You know, we can thank the metric system for that, but we'll just throw it in a null, scale it all up, and we'll take our head mesh. We don't need any of these eyes or teeth or anything like that. We can add those later. And what we're going to do with our head mesh is we're going to hop over to Substance Painter super quick. And we're not going to spend a whole lot of time in here. We're just going to use Substance Painter to kind of quickly mock out kind of a quick roadmap for like how these different panels are going to be arranged on the face. Let's grab. This keyboard's wacky. All right, so we have symmetry enabled, and we can see that by the axis on the face. So if we paint anywhere, it's going to paint on the other side, which is super convenient, because our design is definitely going to be symmetrical. Let's change our color to black and make a brush size of 0.5 should just about do it. And that's super weird. I got a cursor up there. Okay. So if we hold down Shift and we mouse over our design and we make a little brush stroke and we hold down Shift, we can quickly just kind of like block out some of the edges here. And this is going to be kind of like a great prototyping workflow for just kind of figuring out where our breaks are going to be before we go back into Cinema and start fracturing our geometry. Obviously, you would spend a little bit more time doing it than I am today because I'm doing it live. So you think about maybe kind of what is my kind of visual language that I'm working with, and how many panels do I want, and how are they going to look, and all that kind of fun stuff. But we'll just kind of quickly knock something together. Maybe this lip kind of breaks up down here. You guys get it. This is kind of the general vibe of it, and pretty close to the kind of distribution of panels that we had on the end design. So I already have one prepared. Obviously, I spent a little bit more time kind of working on the angles and the facets and making something that I thought cool as an artist, you know. So we're going to take this. We've thrown it on our texture here. And step one, we need to use this as a roadmap to how we're going to fracture our photoscan object. So let's go into polygon mode here, and we can bring up our 4-panel view and hop down to the front view. And we're going to grab our rectangular selection tool, and we're going to hold down Shift so that we can select some polygons. And man, I nailed that first shot. That never happens. All right. So we're going to select the ones on the left side, and we're going to delete them. And they're gone. They're not gone forever. We're just doing this to save a little bit of time. We're going to take this object and throw it inside of a symmetry object. So, and we can just go ahead and disable this show plane right here, because we know it's where it's being reflected. Right down the middle. We're going to use this to essentially like automate the cuts on the left side of the face. So all we have to do is make the right side cuts, and the left side cuts will show up as well. Just so that we can see that a little bit better, let's do quick shading with lines. So we can come in here, and we can just kind of start moving through our object. And as you can see, I've already started to make a couple, just kind of following the roadmap of what we quickly sketched out in Substance Painter. So we can hit K on the keyboard to bring up our cuts, and hit K one more time to bring up line cut. And we can click, just kind of drag it across, and maybe this guy terminates up here at the top of this piece. And maybe we go down and make another one. You want to make sure that you have visible only selected, otherwise you'll be making cuts like completely through your object, and you have a bunch of cuts on the backside. And I definitely found that out the hard way. So as you can see, I just made that cut right there, and it's being reflected over here on the left side. And that's exactly what we want. It's definitely going to save us some time, and it ensures that our asset that we're creating will be perfectly symmetrical. So what we're going to do now, we've already made all of our cuts here. We've gone through and kind of figured out a nice flow for how these panels are going to work. Let's right-click on our symmetry object and do Connect Objects and Delete, and that just kind of knocks it down into one editable object with all of our cuts intact. So that's definitely saved us some time by like automating cuts on the other side of our object. But we've created an issue. What is going on with our UVs here? This is not cool, man. We got half our UVs gone. But they're not really gone. They're kind of like duplicated up on the right side. And that's because the left side of our object is essentially the right side of our object just mirrored over when we collapse the symmetry object. And I used to be super scared of UVs as a 3D artist because I always thought I'm going to get in there, I'm going to mess something up, and I'm not going to have a way to like figure it out, and I'm going to be stuck. But Cinema has an awesome UV edit workspace that kind of demystifies it a lot for me personally. So we can go ahead and let's just fix this live real quick. Let's go back to our standard view, and we'll go to our front view here, and we'll do the same thing where we'll just select the right side polys like we did before, right before we deleted them and got into this whole mess. And we'll go back to our UV editor, and with 2 clicks, like we can just fix this whole thing. So like mirror them over, and then we'll grab our position tool and we'll hold down shift. We'll slide that bad boy right in the spot. Bam, we're set. And we have original UVs now. We have all of our cuts made on our mesh. So we can just close that guy down, and we don't have to mess with UVs anymore, which is awesome. We've already fixed those. All right, so the next step, now that we have our UVs fixed, we have a plan for all of our sci-fi cuts on our face. We're going to go through and make some selections on our model so we can split these out, and we have individual assets that we can animate later inside of Cinema 4D. So I've already made a couple just for the sake of time here. Basically, this is one cool thing. So I got all these guys selected for this little brow piece that we want to split off here so we can animate that doing something cool. But I don't want to go through and do the same selection on the left side. So because we're working with a symmetrical mesh, we can go up and choose Symmetrize Selection, and it just pops onto the other side. Now we can right-click that and go to Split, and it's its own object. And we can choose our rectangular selection tool, and just like that, right-click again, and it's its own object. We just mouse over and hit delete over the viewport. Now we have 2 separate brow objects that we can animate, and basically that's going to be kind of our workflow for how we're going to split all these panels off and then have full control later as we get that nested into our scene. All right, so now you'll have an object hierarchy that kind of looks like this. We'll go back into object mode, and we can start getting wacky with some of these shapes. So now that we have, so what do we have? We have a head object that we've split apart. We've designed all the different panels. So now what we want to do is use this new geometry to influence our design choices as we create the texture in Substance Painter. So we're going to select all these, save them out, open up Substance Painter. We don't need this guy anymore. We've already used that to influence how we're going to design stuff. I've brought in a diffuse map from the photo scan. This is just like a 1K, but it go all the way up to like 8K and come with like roughness maps with all these awesome channels and stuff that you can make super high-res art with. And before we start, let me just dock this guy. That's not crazy right there. Okay, so we'll go to, let's bake some mesh maps. And we only need one for today. You can bake normal maps from like higher-res geometry, curvature maps that you can use to kind of mask out detail in separate areas. But for today, we're just going to generate a mesh ID and polygroup map. And what that's going to do is it's going to be like, hey, each one of these little face panels is a thing. And I want to create a puzzle map that shows that each one of these is a thing so that we can isolate them when we're texturing our object. So if we go up and select mesh ID and polygroup, and we hit bake selected textures, bam, you can just see it popped up right there. And so now that's going to allow us to be able to just kind of quickly make selections and isolate panels when we're going through our texturing process. So let's make a new texture and add a black mask. And then we'll go down to add color selection. And now we can just use this eyedropper tool and just start, just playing around with some ideas. Like maybe these top ones are kind of like a white kind of spacey acrylic kind of texture, and we got another texture that's like maybe kind of darker, and we'll add a black mask to hide it, and then we'll bring it back with something on that black mask, like another color selection, and we can just kind of start selecting some of these panels down here. And I love Substance Painter because inherently at its core, it's a pretty simple program. It works a lot like Photoshop in a lot of ways, so you've got blend modes and all sorts of stuff you can stack up and get some awesome detail. Cool. So that's already starting to look kind of neat. You know, we've used our cuts to kind of like influence creating one texture that will be applied to all of them, so it's going to be easy to update. One other thing we can do that you kind of see in this kind of style of, you know, cyberpunky kind of futuristic art is they always kind of have these weird little indentions on the face that kind of like, you know, maybe it's like kind of cybernetics or, but basically it's just a nice little design nuance that we can add that's going to kind of show where these different little panels open up. So I've just added a new texture and added a black mask, and we can make sure that we have, let's make this brush size a little bit smaller. 0.5 should do it. And actually, one thing that I didn't add to the gold texture is we want to make sure, that, and this is really going to sell it, we just want to make sure to drop our height down a little bit. And then as we start painting on here, make sure we paint on our mask. We can just hold shift similarly and kind of start making like little notches. Let's actually, I wonder if we can turn our, is this going to break it? No, it's gonna, we're rocking in 4K now. Okay, so we can just kind of start clicking through, and obviously you'd spend a little bit more time on this and kind of figure out, you know, what my design language is going to be for like these little glyphs on the face. But it's like a nice little touch that you can add, and this is something that was added into the final design as we went through. And you can do it without a gold texture and just kind of paint, you know, a little separation for panels. Like maybe you're making a spaceship, or maybe you're making some other sort of like character art, or adding embellishments to clothing. It's just a kind of like a super quick and dirty little way to kind of start adding some detail. All right, one more thing that we can do, if you're making any sort of art that has a level of realism, you got to add a little real-world touch to it, and everything's got dirt on it in the future, so let's do a little dirt layer. Let's add another texture and crank that roughness way up, do like kind of like a desaturated brown. We can add a fill layer, and we'll just go down here to our asset panel and type in dirt. And Substance ships with a bunch of great kind of some procedural and some image-based assets. Let's pick a funky little dirt down here. Sure, that one works. Let's go up here and turn off our mesh wireframe so we can see kind of what we've made. And obviously, I don't know, we've been in this program, what, like 3 minutes, and we've made something that's starting to get somewhere. Let me go ahead and show you guys kind of the final design. Yeah, I mean, it's not super far off. Obviously, I spent a little bit longer kind of working on some of the elements in here and kind of like what this top thing is, but all of the techniques are the same. You know, it's painting in embellishments, painting in some edge wear and some grunge. Yeah, and then basically just using that puzzle mat that we created to isolate the color of our underlying photo scan. Awesome. So, now that we've jumped into Substance and designed our texture, we can apply it to our head mesh. And we go over here. And so what do we have now? We have a whole bunch of different objects that we can animate independently. We have a shared UV space that goes across all of them. And if we have generated a bespoke design inside of Substance Painter that is a reflection of the geometry choices that we created. So now that we have done all the design work on the outside, let's hop on the inside and figure out what these like wacky little futuristic sci-fi mechanics are going to look like. So let's hop over here. You know, I wish I could say that I had some grand design before I started, you know, designing the internal part of the head and stuff, but it really was like just playing around with Legos. Got some little kit bash things, threw some music on, and just felt, you know, started feeling creative. Cinema 4D is a creative program, so it should feel like a sandbox in a lot of ways. And I didn't make these objects. These were just from a kit bash pack. You know, some other talented artists made these awesome little machine parts. And, you know, you download like a pack of them off ArtStation or TurboSquid and kind of start blocking out something that, you know, you think might be interesting. You don't know if you're going to like it until you look at it. I knew that I kind of wanted to start bigger before I went smaller. So I think it's kind of important to, you know, block out your composition before you start adding little like wires and screws and all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah, so maybe, you know, when we peer inside the head, maybe there's like this kind of big harness that's like the back of the cranium, and then you got these like little little platforms that are kind of stacked in a way. We can even throw something in a symmetry object. Maybe this cool dude over here. Yeah, I mean, you can see within just like a couple minutes, kind of moving some of these shapes around, that you're already getting something kind of visually interesting. And you're not locked down to a design either. You can scale stuff and rotate it, and kind of find a little spot for it that's visually interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the basis for it. Let's go ahead and let's clear that out of there. I'll show you guys kind of the final design that we ended up settling on. And it looks super complicated, but at its core, it's really just kind of those shapes with a bunch of smaller shapes filling in some of the secondary details. I made like a little cage that goes around the inside. Those were just like some stacked cuts on some base geometry, and then threw that in a sweep NURB. I got some little like kind of wacky little typewriter keys in here that kind of, you know, accentuate some of the larger compositional choices. And then, yeah, there's just little screws and like kind of surface detail stuff. So start big, work smaller, and make something that you think is cool. That's the whole deal. All right, so now that we've kind of touched on some of the internal design, let's do some live animation. What could go wrong? Okay, so we got we've broken out all of the outside panels, so they're all their own object. They all can be animated. Let us start laying down some keyframes. So what we want to do is we want to start with a closed shape. The face is closed, and we want it to open up. So we have 2 different states. So let's start with the closed state. We're going to figure out what axis we want each piece to move on, and we'll set a keyframe. So it starts at 0, obviously, and then we'll open it up, and then we'll just kind of figure out. I've already added keyframes to the rest of these axes just to save a smidge of time. We'll have that guy rotate in. We'll have this guy rotate in. Maybe this guy will go out. This guy will also go out. Our whole kind of point of the shot is to clear the face. Like, we want the character has already said their lines in the short film, and we want to open up the face so that we can show some cool kind of like mechanical pieces, and then that lines up into a match cut for the final reveal as a little plot device. This looks like it's maybe like a little 2-axis move down here. So, I mean, as you can see, like, I didn't even put like hinges in here or anything like that. All the mechanics just kind of look complicated, but you know, no one's kind of hyper focusing on the details. So unlike engineering, like, it doesn't have to actually work. It just has to look rad, you know? So we'll just go full ventriloquist mode here, pop that guy down. So as you can see, we already got some animation going on. The face is kind of doing its thing in a cool way. We have an issue. We have this kind of whole like nose bridge section, and that's like right smack dab in the middle of like what we want to clear out. So let's nest this inside, because we want these pieces to kind of like move with each other a little bit. So let's set a keyframe for rotation on the first piece and go forward 2 frames. We can hit G on the keyboard twice, and that just kind of goes forward. Let's cock this guy back a little bit. Let's set 2 positional keyframes there, because we'll slide this up. That's not what I want. Let's go back. It's because we had our enable axis tool set up here. So we set a keyframe for position. Let's go forward 2 keyframes. And bam, we'll just tuck that dude right there. And we'll go to our next piece and set a keyframe for rotation. And we would just want to rotate that back. And then let's set some position keyframes there too. So we got rotate, push, rotate. Rotate, push. That's the next move. And we'll just tuck this dude. So we're just kind of minimizing the shape of the nose here, because we want it to kind of break away in this kind of like cascading, kind of like techie kind of mechanical movement. And then we'll just rotate this last piece. And you can see that it's like a parent-child relationship over here in the object manager. And we'll add a positional keyframe. So I guess the next thing is we just want to like tuck this whole assembly down, right? So let's hit W on the keyboard, and that kind of changes our axis to more of like a world axis instead of an object axis. And we can just slide this bad boy down. And what we're doing right now, and then we'll go forward 4 keyframes, because this is kind of a bigger move. Let's go to 22, and we'll push it back. Yeah, whenever you see like machinery and stuff kind of animated, it's stuff is never like A to B kind of motion. You know, it'll move along its axis like it's on like a little track. So maybe, you know, it slides down and then slides back and then finally clicks into like a little area right down here. So now we've opened up the whole face in this kind of cool, kind of sci-fi way. That's not what we want. Looks like it's interpreting. Oh, you know what? I know what I did. Let's delete that last keyframe. So we slide down, and then we're going to slide back, and then we're going to go forward. I just doubled up my keyframes there. And then we're going to slide down again. Yeah, that's better. See how our motion path here is reflected? All right, so slides up, slides back, slides down. So let's preview what we got. It's perfect. No, it's not perfect. It needs a little bit of finessing. So let's bring up our dope sheet, which is like our track manager. Let's find a way that is not absolutely insane to dock this in our viewport. And we'll go to show tracks, and we'll close all these little bad boys up so we got some space to kind of see what's going on. All right. So one thing that is kind of key in animation is like overlapping action. Whenever you have overlapping action, it makes things look a little bit more complicated and organic and real world. And it makes like your overall animation way less segmented. So we can just kind of start moving top to bottom and grabbing some of these animation panels and kind of offsetting them by 2 keyframes. We'll skip the nose stuff. We'll come back to that in a second. And we'll slide. So already that's starting to look like a little more complicated, right? But it's simple animation, just kind of offset. It's obviously way too fast, so we can just click summary up here, and that's just kind of all of our keyframes at once. We drag it out to the end of our keyframe, or end of our timeline. And you can see within, I don't know, how long have we been animating this face? 3 minutes? Like, we're getting somewhere that's pretty close. Like, we're kind of like, we've blocked it out, and now it's kind of time to start finessing some of these keyframes. So we can just switch over to our F-curve. That's fun. Oh, you know what? That's probably like a little bit of overshoot there. So what I just did is I took one of the Beziers, I drag it out just so that there's more easing on the ends of each move, and that just makes the kind of the motion curve a little bit steeper, like right in the middle of each move. Puts a little bit of extra stank on it, which is also pretty awesome when you're animating, and it's an easy thing to do to kind of get like a first quick look at it. And then you saw that like I had some wacky stuff going on in the viewport. That's because I had an overshoot, and that's basically when like the value of your animation curve goes over the end of either of its like value clamps. So I just hit 0 on the keyboard to kind of like just make all those tangents nice and tidy. Let's clear this. Hey, that's, I don't know if that's better or worse, but you know what? We're going to roll with it. So yeah, you can already see that like the motion is like a little more clicky, a little more mechanical, and that's definitely what we're going for. So that's some traditional keyframing techniques that were used for most of the things in this animation. Let me go over. Let's get this guy out of here so we got like a little more room to work. So yeah, most of the stuff was just kind of traditionally keyframed. You know, you block it out real rough, and then you come back and finesse later until you have something that you're pretty cool with. This is kind of the animation for all of the internal components. So we have, you know, after the face opens and like does its thing and she says her lines, the pyramid in the head like sinks back and slides around, and we have this like wacky little rotary clock thing that's like a reflection of, I don't know, some sort of existential whatever, you know, plot device. And slides out, it lines up with the camera. Nice little match cut to the last shot. So all of that was traditionally animated. But, you know, one thing that adds like a little bit of spice to the scene is you see these little cool little keys back here. They're kind of like little typewriter keys that were added as a secondary element. And they definitely add a lot of life to the animation. And those were definitely not hand animated. That would take forever and be like, oh man, I would hate to have that as a task to hand animate. So let's clear out some of these. How am I doing on time? I think I'm doing all right. Some of these other components that were all hand animated. So we have our keys in here. And they're kind of dancing around in a cool little way, doing their thing. Let's take a look at how that was set up. So if we go into our texture tag, we'll just toss a quick little goose egg in this selection field, and that kills our texture for the time being. And we see that some are white and some are red, and that's because they're being driven by a procedural noise. So if we look in a fracture object over here, we have a whole bunch of little keys that were created for the design. I just kind of filled in what I thought was cool. Geometry could not be simpler. It was like a cube that was extruded like twice and then, called it a day. Threw them in a fracture object. That way I can kind of still come over here and art direct where I want them, but then I can still take advantage of all of the awesome uses of the MoGraph module inside of Cinema 4D. So these are being driven by a shader effector. Let's go ahead and let's just rebuild this super quick. Nuke what's in there. Select our fracture object. Get a shader effector. You saw that they just increased in size. That's because scale is the default parameter for this effector. And let's just choose rotation. Let's give it a value of 6. That sounds cool. And then we need something to drive this parameter. So inside of the shading tab, inside of the shader effector, let's drop a procedural noise. Let's make it time dependent because we're going to animate it. Let's give it a contrast. So yeah, okay. So now we're starting to see that there's feedback on our little clones there, our little objects. Let's we can make this much more apparent. Let's go into parameter, and let's make a custom color just so it's there we go. So already we can see that it is having an effect, but our noise needs a little bit of work. It's way too big in our scene. These are like tiny little keys inside of the head, and they're not moving. So let's give it like a global scale of like 10. Let's give it an animation speed of 4. And let's click play. And yeah, we can already see that like this is kind of getting close. This could work for this could be like a stop motion-y kind of effect. You see how there's like no motion tweening between the two different states. And that could be cool. That could be like what you're going for. For this case, it's really not. I want like a little bit more easing in the motion. So we can back off our contrast a little bit, and you can see that they're kind of slowly rippling too. That's cool too. That's also kind of maybe not the best way to tackle this. So let's think about this for a second. Let us bring our contrast back up, and let's add a delay effector to it. And what that's going to do is that's going to keep the kind of like sharp contrasted motion of the effect that we liked, but it's going to add just a little bit of easing on top. And it just kind of like, it's a nice little layer to kind of like finesse it, so we can see that they're still popping around, but it's not completely binary. It's not completely A to B. There's like a nice little motion in between. So if we bring our texture back, and all of our other components that we've just kind of quickly hand animated, and let's actually turn off. Let's go back to quick shading mode. We can see that that just adds a nice little bit of visual and animation complexity to the rest of our animation. And it's still live. We can hop in there at any point and kind of finesse those pieces as we see fit. Okay, so maybe if you've gotten to this point and you're thinking like, hey, you've created all this extra geometry, and let's take a look at the shot actually real quick. So, character walks up,
Is a dream.
hits her head
I
mask,
cannot forget.
and then she's just like talking to the camera, and then it opens. And it's like, well, how are we gonna get all of that talking motion with all of that crazy geo going on there? And the best answer is we don't, because AI is super weird and no one knows how it works. So this is a program called Audio to Face. This was used to animate the face. Oh, looks like we got a soundtrack. I guess this was whatever I was listening to when I recorded it. We'll just go ahead and nuke that real quick. So this is called Audio to Face, and as the name might suggest, it allows you to take audio or your voiceover and make a face animation out of it. This is a screen cap of me just kind of goofing around in here, creating this asset. And it's a free program. It's part of the Omniverse suite from NVIDIA. And it allows you to essentially, so the green mesh on the left is like the default temp mesh, right? That's the one that's all rigged. That's the one that works perfect out of the box. This is our mesh. We loaded in the photo scan that we got, and we put our new texture on it. And because we fixed all the UVs and everything, our texture maps perfectly, and it has the suggestion of all this detail going on in the face. But really, it's like a super clean mesh with clean edge loops, and allows us to animate and articulate the face as we see fit. So let me just kind of rewind this a little bit. Over here on the left, we have, this is called correspondence points. So what we're doing is like we're selecting the edge of the eye on the left and the edge of the eye on the right, and just kind of making a field of similar facial features. And the more correspondence points you set, the higher resolution of your exported animation will be. So you just kind of go through, make your mesh, you click a solver, and through the power of witchcraft and AI, it creates like something super usable. So you can see up here on the right, I've loaded in my voiceover waveform, and then it just takes that, translates it into a super awesome kind of organic animation. I wonder if it plays at some point. Yeah, see, so it's starting to talk here. All these things over on the right are like emotion sliders that you can set keyframes for. So it's not just a simple lip sync animation. You can get a really nice performance by kind of like dialing in how you want your character to act. So that's pretty awesome. I figured this would take me like 3 days to figure out, and it was like super intuitive, and like within 30 minutes, I had like an asset that I could use, and I was like, oh, it just saved me a whole bunch of time. So the great thing about Cinema 4D is, even though I'll hop out into other programs, Cinema 4D has always been my hub, and so I can bring that asset in as like an Alembic sequence, and I can offset it in my timeline and have it work with all of the other animation things that I'm creating. So let's take a look at the final face animation. So we can see we have our panels opening up here. I've added some kind of pose morph animation on the eyes. The eyes are kind of clicking around. They have like a line to target tag with like a vibrate tag on them that's kind of moving around. So it's really like nothing in here is like overly technical. It's just a bunch of like small detail-oriented baby steps that create a nice detailed final image. So really, you take your two different animation systems. You have your panels opening up. And that was one thing. And then we had all of our internal components. And you just put them on the same timeline. And you kind of say, like, all right, well, these cheeks open at this point, and that allows space for this thing to slide out. So it's really just kind of grooving with that and making kind of temporal space for all of it on your timeline. So let's take a look at the final shot. So we have our character walk up, touch the helmet, the head opens, says a couple lines of EO, and then it just disappears. What's going on there? So this is the asset that we exported from audio to face. It exports with UVs. It's an Alembic sequence. We can just export that live in our timeline. And I'm sure there's probably like a way better way to do this, but I just stick them in the autorated Mixamo joint structure, Like, there's no sense in, like, making a custom rig, because this is only for one shot. Like, I just need this to look awesome right now, and that's it. I'm sure if I was handing this over to other artists, or if this popped up in a bunch of other scenes, I build in controls and stuff like that, but it's like, I got already storyboarded the short. I knew the constraints of the shot and what I needed to create. So it was really just as easy of being like, hey, this head joint moves. We can turn this on real quick. This head joint moves, so I would like to take the positional coordinates of that and apply that to all of my other assets that I've created independently so that I can build out my character. So head walks up, Alembic sequence triggers, it disappears out of existence. I don't know, the eyeball, I guess maybe I had the eyeballs on for some reason, but anyway, we'll roll with it. So the magic frame is frame 167, it looks like. So that's the last frame that our Alembic sequence is in view. And so what we're going to do here is like a little bit of sleight of hand. So we're going to go from our Alembic sequence of the character talking to the super awesome and detailed mechanical Westworld reveal face thing that we spent this whole time creating. So I already have it in the scene. And let's find it. And it's hanging out down here. And all right, its texture snapped, and it's got like some absurd anchor point over there for some reason. But we'll just throw in a fresh one. It's at world 0. We'll bring it up, and yeah, we kind of want to just line this up, as close as we can. This will be, in render, I think you're going to be like, oh, it has to be like exact. But no one's going to be expecting it, and it's kind of like a sleight of hand right in front of your face. So, like, those are the ones that you never catch. So we'll just kind of like go over in our elevation view on the side. We'll just kind of get it close enough. Boom, boom, boom. It's pretty good there. And then we will slide this guy here. And there's going to be, there's motion blur on the shot. The head kind of like kicks back to like initiate the move of it opening. So like that's a great point where it like kind of cuts at the peak of velocity. So like if you do like a handoff from left to right, magicians do it all the time. You never catch it when it's in motion. So let's go over to our object view right here. Let's take our wacky face stuff that we created. Let's go into let's keyframe the viewport visibility. So let's turn it off right now because this is frame 167. This is the last frame that our Olympic sequence is in view. We'll set a keyframe. We'll click G to go forward. Got these spooky eyeballs. We'll make it turn back on. And you never know it changed. So if we go back and preview our animation, and we go back through the lens of the camera, character walks up. So it's a few lines of VO through the helmet. Helmet opens up. This is our Olympic sequence. It's already cached out. And then all that GO just changed right before your eyes. You had no idea. And then we go into like our super crazy little animation that we just created. Yeah, so that's pretty much the shot. We can go ahead and take another look at it. Kind of in render. Like it always kind of looks cool in the viewport, and then you see it with all the lights, camera, and the action and stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of small little things kind of coming together, and yeah, you'd have no idea that it changed right there. All right, this looks like a little bit of time left. I think I hopped over something here, so I can hop back here. So when we were animating the face, you might notice that these panels look like impossibly thin, right? And it's a cool design, but like this thing is supposed to exist in the real world, and real world things have thickness. So you're thinking maybe I should have changed this asset before I went into animation, but now it's too late. So let's just bring in a thicken modifier. We'll hit Shift C and type thicken, and then yeah, we can just take our whole geometry. Oh my God! Terrifying. What have we done? You can just change our thickness, make it something that's not absolutely insane. So yeah, so we got some thickness on our face panels now. That's going to be great when we render it. We can even one thing to note is like we want these to like lock up like super flush, right? And if we have some thickness on it, you might have some like janky geo going on. So like let's just go ahead and shift our position inward. So any extrusion that happens is going to happen inward. And maybe you're thinking, you're like, well, we've already animated it. Like, you're going to throw it in another generator. It's going to just mess all that up. But all of our animation plays super smooth. It might even play faster. I don't know. It's 24 release is wild. And then a great little added perk now that we have it in the thicken generator is that they have these like live selection tags, which are pretty great. So we'll just hit shell over here, and see how it just makes like a little selection tag for us. Let's grab a material. This gold material should work just dandy. We'll grab that little guy in there, and we'll grab this guy up. Bam! We got a nice little gold edge. It's like a little nuanced effect, but you know, when you're rendering, it'll like kind of catch the light, and it's just like a nice little extra. And yeah, you can see that in the final design here. There's like a nice little gold edge and detailing and stuff like that. So if we're just going to quickly do like a little recap. Scroll all the way to the bottom. And then we open up our final shot. So the character was created in ZBrush. And I'm no like optimization wizard or anything like that. So you can imagine that the polyflow was horrendous. But I dropped it into Mixamo and got a nice little auto rig out of it. Used a little bit of mocap with some hand keyframe stuff on top. All the clothing was created in Marvelous Designer and then brought in as an Olympic sequence that I could offset with the rest of my animation. The head talking was in audio to face, which I just showed you all. And then all of the other, super cool kind of head break apart sci-fi effects were all created live here today. All right, guys, I think that's my time. Thanks so much for coming and listening to me click around on a computer today. It's been awesome. There we go. That's my social stuff. If you want to follow more of my work, you can hit me up on Instagram or Behance. You can also reach out through my website if you have questions about any of my work or just want to nerd out on some 3D stuff. Also, I'll be here today if you just want to say hello in person. That's cool, too. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Great job, Harrison. We do have some time for some questions, so if you have any questions, now would be the time. Right here, sir. So the question is, how long was the process on the personal project?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the process for the whole short was like 8 months. But like I wasn't like, it was like a personal job, so I didn't get paid for it. So I just kind of broke that up when I had time for it. Definitely, like some mornings I'd hop in there and be like, I'm gonna goof around for like an hour on this thing and like see where I can get it. And then some days I'd be fortunate enough to jam on it all day. And then some weeks would go by where I'm just like, I'm swamped with client work and I just can't find the time. But 8 months.
On and off.
On and off, yeah, end to end.
Awesome. Any other questions? Question over here, Bonnie. So the question was fur.
Oh,
Deal
man.
with the fur.
Oh, on the horse?
On the deer.
Oh, yeah.
Deer.
So that was all with Cinema 4D's hair tools. Yeah, so like I just had a whole bunch of different like hair things in there. So I had like one for the base fur, which was much smaller and like I don't even know if I think I maybe only had a couple subdivisions on that with like some simple like wind dynamics. And then like for like, the longer hair on the deer, like that was probably like a higher end simulation. But it was just a bunch of different little hair objects that were kind of groomed together and then simulated.
Awesome. Yeah, I really like that shot. The deer shot was great.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that's another super weird. If you like this strange existential short film, I got a couple others online that feel free to check out.
Check out his stuff. Any other questions? Awesome. Well, stay tuned. We're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be back with Maria Good-Johnson. So stay tuned. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, artists and creatives from around the world to NAB NYC 2023. I'm Matthias Omotola, a.k.a. Major VFX here at Maxon, having artists showcase Maxon 1 and our collection of tools. Now, we just saw Harrison Vincent, and you saw the workflow with Cinema 4D as well as Substance, and we do have a special going on. You can check out maxon.net for any new licenses to check out that combo deal. Well, next up, we do have a special guest all the way from Iceland. You might know her as Maria Goodjohnson. I know her as Alaska Danger. Let's give a big round of applause for Maria.
Hey. Okay, yeah, you can hear me now. Hey everyone, thanks for coming out. Okay. Is that good? Okay. Okay, I didn't make slides, so I'm just gonna show you my social media here. My name is Maria Johnson. I'm a 3D artist. I'm from Iceland, and I both work freelance on commercial 3D projects as a generalist, and I mostly work in Cinema 4D and Houdini. I worked with brands such as Gucci, Dolce & Gabbana, Samsung, Adidas, Jägermeister, etc., etc. And then I also have a Master of Fine Arts in Computer Arts. So I also do exhibitions for my personal work. I've exhibited my work all over the world, Europe, America, Asia, and I've done art festivals such as Art Basel and Frieze. And so I'm just going to show you my reel real quick. So today I'm going to be showing you how to give your renders a little extra pizzazz. Just make it look cool with a few tips and trips that I use in my personal work. I like to work with a lot of metallic textures, reflective materials, glass, dispersion, emission, etc. Just a little disclaimer, in my personal work, I don't necessarily like to work very photoreal. I like to break the rules a little bit, just be playful and max out the settings, max out the render budget, and eyeball things. Hopefully this will just give you a bit of an insight of how to use the programs with like a more DIY, playful approach. So let's dive into it. So this is my scene file here. It's just this snake here, and I've got a camera in my scene. We're gonna load it up with Redshifts. And we're just gonna add in a temporary silver material just to kind of see what we're doing. We're gonna set the preset to silver, apply it to the snake, and we can't see much because metallics are mirrors, so we're gonna need to add in some reflections. Usually I always work with dome lights with HDRIs. Let's load in a dome light here. I'm going to be using an HDRI from Grayscale Gorilla's Pro Metal Studio Pack. Here. This one. Good. And we're gonna turn off the background because we want to see what we're doing. We're gonna turn the saturation down. And so with this, you want to just like adjust the rotation until you get a result that you like. I like to just kind of draw the outlines of the shape and kind of like accentuate dramatics. I've got some coordinates here that I've already pre-selected. I like that. We're gonna bring the intensity down to 0.16. And that's pretty good for this one. And a good thing about Redshift is that you can use multiple dome lights. And if you just keep adding them, they're gonna blend together. I'm gonna use the second one from the same asset pack. And let's stay organized here. Cool. Now for this one, we also want to rotate it. And wait. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the max is 5 for the HDRIs, so you can just keep adding them in and playing around with it. For this one, we're gonna rotate it to preset coordinates. And we're gonna bring the intensity up to something like this. Let me turn off the other one so you can see what I'm doing with this one. And I'm gonna bring the exposure down as well. So now we got like a nice, some nice highlights and some nice blacks. And with these two together, you can see what they're doing here. This is looking pretty good. And I'm gonna add in a third one. And now we're gonna be adding in some colors. HDRI colors. And I'm gonna be using this, it's a picture of Broadway Lafayette Station of the lights in the ceiling, just because we're in New York. It looks kind of like this. I've gone into Photoshop and blurred it a little bit because sometimes they can be a little bit strong. Let's turn off the background again to see what we're doing. Turn off the other ones. And we're gonna rotate this one as well. This can be personal taste. You can just rotate it until it looks good. I'm gonna go for there we go. I like this. Let's go into the intensity again. And I'm gonna adjust the gamma too to 1.31. And now these are gonna be my colors. And so all of these three together, we got some nice reflections going on. And so when you're doing this, you just want to make sure that you don't lose your blacks, and your highlights are not too white, you don't blow anything out, and nothing is head on. If you put stuff head on, it's gonna wash out the scene. So you want to make sure that you kind of accentuate the dramatics of the geometry. Now let's look at the texture a little bit. This was just temporary, so I'm gonna delete. Oh, not this. Delete the material. And we're gonna go into materials, create a material. Right. Just rename that. Snake. Metallic. And we're gonna change the Fresnel type to metalness. Turn that all the way up. And you can adjust the colors here. If you wanted to go for some color, you can change it to whatever you want. I have a color map. Let's apply it. I have a color map that I'm gonna add in. It looks like this. Just so I can get the pinks of the mouth and oops. Let's apply that. It goes into the color. And I also have a normal map, which is important when you're, normal map. It's important when you're working with metallic textures is to give them some kind of height maps, bump maps, normal maps, displacements. This is gonna go into the bump input. Right, is that right? That's right, okay, cool. So now he's looking more like a snake. He's catching more of the reflections. Oh, did I delete one of my HDRIs? Okay, let's just add that in again, sorry. Let's do that really quick. Cool. Cool. I just want to texture the eyes and the tongue real quick. So we're going to make more metallic materials. Metalness. Pull that up. I've already made some selections text here to apply it. This is just the eye. We're gonna make it a little bit more rough, like that, so we can see his eye more. And we're just gonna copy that, stay organized. That's eye. And this one's gonna go on the tongue. We're gonna make it a nice blue tongue. Apply that. That's the tongue. Cool. And now we can start adding in some lights just to play with the scene a little bit more. Again, we're not working photoreal, so I like to just eyeball things, kind of use the lights as I please. And so let's add in a rim light. Rename it. I'm gonna put it sort of behind him and pull it back in set space. Let's go for something like 80. Put it behind him. Oh, make sure it's facing the right way. There we go. I'm gonna add in a texture to the light so we can get some more fun colors in here. I'm gonna be using this. It has some nice pinks and blues, so that's gonna look cool. Let's add that in. I'm gonna bring the intensity down just because it's really strong. Let's go for it 17, and the exposure I'm gonna bring down too. Cool. I'm also gonna play with the temperature a little bit. When you have multiple lights in your scenes, it's fun to play with the temperature. Make one warmer, make one colder, just to give you more contrast in your scene. This one I'm gonna make a little bit cooler. I'm gonna go for this. And now he's starting to look really cool. We're gonna add in some context now because he's kind of floating in space. So when I'm working abstract like this, I like to use planes to cheat the lighting a little bit. We're gonna add in a plane. Just pull that out of the scene. You could use a redshift tag and turn the visibility off. We're just gonna pull it out of the scene for now. Let's do -221 all the way down. And we're going to give that a texture. Let's go for a standard material. We're going to take the reflections out of it, and I'm going to change the color to 9.5% white. Apply that. And now you can see we're kind of blocking some of the whites. It's making them a little darker, which I like. And yeah, he's still floating in space. So we're gonna give him a plane to sit on. Just gonna adjust it. I have some coordinates here again. Nice. Okay, let's move it a little bit down. That's nice. And we're gonna give that a texture as well. Let's make that metallic as well. Pull that up. I'm gonna make it white. And let's just apply it so you can see what I'm doing here. And we're gonna play with the roughness a little bit. 0.57. And I'm also gonna give it a normal map. I like to use a lot of normal maps. They're really fun to play with. They just add the like a little bit of texture to your scene. Plug that into the bump map, and so a couple of things that I don't like here. It's blocked some of the reflections that we've already made with the HDRIs, and it's kind of stealing the show here. It's way too bright. So we're going to be doing a little bit of visibility and light linking. You would not use this for photorealism, and you have to be really careful with this because it's going to cause mismatched lighting, but we're going to be doing it anyway. It's fun. We're going to give that a redshift tag. And the visibility. And we're not going to make it cast shadows. And we're going to turn off the secondary ray. So now we're back where we've decided the lighting with the HDRIs. And yeah, it's really strong. So we're going to be excluding some of the lights from the HDRIs. We're going to remove... Here we go. Project. We're going to remove the colors. And we're going to be excluding it from this one too. Why is it not doing it? Let's restart it. Exclude. It's not linking for some reason. It's not linking for some reason. There we go. Yeah, so I've just added it here into the exclusion from the HDRIs. And that's looking pretty good. Now he's grounded. And it's looking very faint and nice. It's not stealing the show. Cool. So I've gone ahead and given him some more assets to make him look cool. He's got some sunglasses ready to go. He's got an Apple Watch. Pretty cool. I've just given them a gold texture. It's just a copy from the tongue texture, and I've just made it yellow, so it's gold. But I want to fill in his screen with a picture of a motorcycle. We have two pieces of geo here. We have glass and we have a screen behind it. We're going to start by adding the glass material. Set the preset to glass. Let's apply that. And I'm going to bring the IOR, the thickness of the glass, down to 0.96. So it's really thin. And I'm just going to up the roughness a little bit, 0.25. So you can kind of see it. The glass is there. And so behind it, we're going to add in a incandescent material. And that's an emissive material. Apply that to the screen. It's giving off a little bit of emission. And we're going to add in a texture map. To the color. And that's going to be a picture of this motorcycle. Add that in. Now you can see it there. And now emissives are really nothing without bloom. So we're going to go into our settings here, our render settings, and we're going to turn on the bloom. And this can be of personal taste. You can crank it all the way up, but I like to have it so it's not going to be washing out anything else in my scene. I just want it on my bloom, so I'm going to turn it up until it stops blooming on his face here. We're going to crank it all the way up to 15. So now it's really giving nothing. That's good. That's where we want it for now. This is going to be a bit of fine-tuning between the emission strength, the bloom threshold, and the image gamma. And you can play around with those three until they're all clicking together. So we're going to go back into the material, and we're going to set the intensity multiplier also to 15. So now it's giving bloom just on the watch. But the image is kind of washed out, so we want to bring in a color corrector. Oops. Right. Bring that onto here, and we're going to change the gamma. And so now you have more control over the image. Let's set that to 0.67. And let's go back into our bloom settings here. And let's change the intensity of it. We're going to go for 1.68. And cool. Okay, this is looking nice for now. Oh, turn that off. Cool. Okay, so now we're gonna give the image a more, we're gonna give the image more depth. We're gonna do that with a bit of background assets. And I've added in some decals from Hey Nerd's Metal Asset Pack. It's really cool. It's been sculpted in VR. I really like that asset pack. Okay, we're gonna give them a material. Again, we're gonna make it metallic. Let's make it 66% white. Oops. Pop that on. Cool. But they're really strong. And so we're going to be blending them more with the scene. Again, we're going to be light linking. So we want to exclude it from the colors again, exclude it from the rim light, and exclude it from this HDRI. Nice. So now they're really just adding to the scene. They're not stealing anything away from the snake. And I'm gonna be adding in a depth of field from with the camera. We're gonna go into the optical tab and turn on the bokeh. I don't know how to pronounce that. I hope it's bokeh. And we'll turn down the aperture. So that's what this is doing. We're gonna use this button right here to focus on the eye. That's usually a good reference for focusing. If you have an eye in your scene, that's where you want it. This is too strong right now. Let's set it to 15. So now the background assets are a little bit blurred. The snake is in focus. Cool. So one thing I like doing in my renders is adding in some particles, some little glowing particles. Let's add in a sphere. Scale it down. We're gonna make it really small. Add in a cloner. Let's go for 4x4x4. Make the distance smaller. And let's move it up and back. So we have like one row in front of him. That's pretty good. A little bit more up. And we're gonna add in a effector, a random effector. Make sure that that is linked. And we're gonna make the position random. Let's do 20 by 20 by 20. Let's give them a good place. Just eyeball something that we like. We're gonna make them a lot smaller. We can change the seed too. This is looking nice. Something like this. Let's make another incandescent material and make them emissive. Apply it on the cloner, not on the sphere, because we want to make them all different colors with one material. I'm going to make the spheres a little bit bigger so we can see what we're doing. And we're going to add in a color user data node. And we're going to set the attribute to geometry ID color. Add that to a ramp. We're going to plug it into the alternative input and plug that into the color. And so now with this, you can go into the presets here, and if you choose a pattern here, you're going to see they're all different colors. This is personal taste, whatever you want to do. Choose some colors. I'm going to go for this purple one. So they're just like all a little bit different. Scale the spheres back down. Even smaller. It's kind of nice. Nice. Okay. Still can't see them very well. That's because we haven't changed the multiplier. Now we can see them. Let's make it 20. Nice. Now they're all kind of glowing. The darker ones are going to have less bloom. The lighter colored ones are going to have more bloom. Again, personal taste. You can tweak the bloom settings. You can tweak the colors just until you get a result that you like. And cool. It's looking pretty good. Some final touches here. I like to mess with these settings. I love a good LUT. LUTs are kind of like Instagram filters. It can save you some time on color correcting if you're just doing something like this. You can get them from the internet, or you can use the presets here. I'm using this Avga Color Optima 200. Putting that on. And I'm also going to add in some streaks. Streaks can be kind of overused sometimes. Just keep that in mind, but they're really fun. I really like them. Let's set the tail to something smaller. Let's give him something like this. Let's get rid of the softness, make them really sharp. That's looking nice. Cool. Some more things for post-processing. I like to set up render layers. And if you go into your AOV tab and into the AOV manager, you can add some things. It's just going to make your life easier when you're doing post-processing later in whatever software you're using. I like to have an emission pass. Show you that. If we get rid of the glass here, you can see what it does. This is just our emissive materials. So with this, you could take it into Photoshop. You can make them lighter. You can make, if you're losing some of your image data, you could add that back in. This gives you just some control over that. And then I like adding in another beauty pass, and then getting rid of the color processing. And you can't see it here, but that's going to get rid of the bloom and the streaks. So if you have some overpowering blooms and streaks, you could just manually erase them. And yeah, that's it for our snake. Yeah, cool. Yeah, we can take some questions.
All right, everyone, we do have plenty of time for questions. So if you have questions about this project or anything else for Maria. Questions. Right there. I'm sorry. Can anyone repeat the question? Oh, the color data. How did you work with as far as getting the colors? Your color choices.
Oh, my color choices. I like to just experiment with the HDRIs. Usually I have just like a database of HDRIs. I like to put them into the scene, rotate the HDRIs just to get something that I like. It's a lot of back and forth, a lot of experimentation. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the colors for the lights.
The colors for the lights, the particles.
Yeah.
That's this, what I just showed with the, it's a ramp that's a gradient, and I'm using this color user data that's selecting each particle. And then with the ramp, you can choose the colors and make them different colors. Cool.
Excellent. Any other questions for Maria? All right. Well, stay tuned. In about 20 minutes, we're going to be getting going here with our next presenter, Eric Say. So if you're into sports graphics, you're definitely going to want to check this out. We'll see you after the break.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
actually funny. This was something left on the cutting room floor.
All right, is that us? All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, artists and creative from around the world. I'm Matthias, a.k.a. Major VFX, here at the Maxon booth. For those of you who don't know, we have an amazing promotion going on with Adobe Substance. For if you're looking to get started with Maxon 1 and Substance Painter, well, we have a deal for you. So check that out on Maxon 1. Now, for a lot of you, New York's a big sports city, I heard. Right? People like the sports ball here. And if you're interested in sports and sports graphics, I would like to introduce you to the one, the only. Let's give a big round of applause for Eric Say from Game Day Creative.
Hey everyone! It's good to be here. I'm excited for this. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pumped. I'm Eric Say. I work at Game Day Creative. I am the owner and creative director at Game Day Creative. We're a broadcast sports motion graphics agency. We specialize in sports broadcast for television. Player demo reel. I think that'll give you a pretty good idea of what it is that we do. Cool. So yeah, as you can see, lots of 3D. Thanks. Lots of big 3D, lots of sports, all that good stuff. But I think the thing I'm most proud of in this demo reel is that we got CG fries approved by the McDonald's brand team. That is where our career peaked as motion graphics artist. So with that, it's good to be here again. I love coming to these conferences. I love being a part of the community. Of course, thanks Maxon for having me. I really enjoy the opportunity to meet other creatives, talk about the industry, talk to people adjacent to the industry. And I find one of the primary pieces of value I get from coming to these conferences is talking about what people are up to, what's happening, what they're working on, what they want to be working on, and what's next. So that's what I want to talk about today, is what's next. Predicting and creating the future of motion graphics. Couple reasons I want to talk about it. One, I think it's commercially a viable skill to kind of think about where we're going. Maybe we don't have to just be a victim of the tides of change. Maybe we can steer that ship some. Two, I think it's really fun to speculate about the future and what it is that we're going to be making and where we're going and looking at all this new technology. And three, I'm a creative director, and what that means is I send a lot of emails. I don't get to use C4D as much as I'd like to, but I still think about graphics all day, and I work with clients all day, and I'm thinking about graphics and the industry and how it all connects and where we're going and what we're doing, and I think that's my area of expertise, so hopefully I can share some of that information with you. So, what's going on in the industry? What's happening with motion graphics artists? Well, we got to do it, guys. We have to talk about AI. And I know we're all sick about it, so I promise I'll keep this short. AI is everywhere. I feel like even protein powder now says like powered by AI. It's gotten into everything. But it's a tool, and if you're not using it, you're a step behind. Not using AI is like washing your clothes by hand. Washing machines are great. They save a lot of time. It's a tool you got to be using. So I want to cover a couple ways that we integrate it into our workflow that are valuable. So we'll just run through some of the top-level tools. And, well, okay, let's start with this. My overall takeaway on AI is we're screwed, guys. Pack it in. It's been fun. I hear plumbing is a good career. Let's try something different. I don't actually think the sky is falling. I think we're all going to be gainfully employed well into the future. I think this is a really incredible tool, and I'm really excited to live in the world where AI unlocks creativity for people. A couple years ago, I went to a presentation at HalfRes, another motion graphics conference in Chicago. Joey Corman of School of Motion was presenting about AI, and he had this summary that I thought was beautiful. And his summary of what AI was is when you get into art and you start to be a creative, you have something you want to make. You have something in your mind, a vision, and then you start your career. And this is your skill. And you spend your whole career trying to get your skill to create this vision. And of course, the irony is your skill improves, what you want to make moves along. And what AI allows you to do is jump forward. It cuts some of the 10,000 hours out of creativity. And I am excited to live in that world where someone doesn't have to practice 10,000 hours of hyper-NERD shading structures to make and create beautiful things. I think we're going to see an explosion of creativity as AI unlocks that. I'm excited for it. I think we'll all have jobs. It's my high-level AI talk. So let's talk about some of the tools and how we're integrating them. So ChatGTP, we all know this. So I was like, okay, ChatGTP, write an introductory speech for the NAB conference talking about the current state of motion graphics industry. Of course, ChatGTP's response was having AI write your speech is already a cliche. That's actually true. I've been to 3 conferences this year where keynote speakers have had an AI write their opening remarks to demonstrate how prolific AI is. But it's out there. What we actually use ChatGTP for is research. And I think it's a really good way to audit brands, clients, and your products when you start the design process. So a couple years ago, we were doing a design pitch for the Dallas Cowboys. And I said, hey, ChatGTP, tell me about the Dallas Cowboys. And it had a lot to write about this. I actually had to edit this down. It spit out way more than this. But it had some good thing, historical legacy, American tradition, passionate fan base, and then high expectations. I thought that one was particularly interesting because not all sports teams have high expectations. If you're a New York Jets fan, you just kind of accept that your team's bad. But the Cowboys, that is not true. Jerry Jones is looking to win every year, and he is going to throw money at the problem until that happens. Why I thought this was interesting is it's something I hadn't thought of. So it's just a good point of inspiration. And this is the same conversation that we have with our clients. When we go to learn about a project and a piece of motion graphics, we ask our clients, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to achieve? Sometimes the clients have really thoughtful answers and they're ready for this. But I'd say more times than not, they weren't ready for the question. They're like, I don't know, our fans kind of like us. And then we have to dig in. Now, of course, this is only a starting point because ChatGTP will make stuff up and it will lie. But this is a great way to find inspirations of avenues you can dig in. So ChatGTP is a great resource for research. Of course, the next step is, hey, ChatGTP, give me creative direction on how to make the Dallas Cowboys graphics package. And of course, its response was, hire Game Day Creative. Those guys are great. AI is so smart. It is. Okay, all kidding aside, this is obviously where it stops, right? Fortunately, we still need to actually make it, so it's a good research tool. So the actual next logical step was Midjourney. I took, or DALL-E or whatever, the video or image creation. So I took the stuff from ChatGTP, I put it in Midjourney, and it spit this out. And I thought these were interesting because I've made these graphics before. I've tried to make these. And what I think is really interesting about all these AI image programs is they kind of demonstrate what the collective unconscious thinks graphics looks like. If you were to find a random person on the street and be like, hey, make some sports graphics, and they actually had the skills to do it, this is what they'd kick out. This is what we imagine. I think Midjourney does it, or all of them, DALL-E, does a really good job of showing you where something's been, but not where it's going. So where we slot this into our workflow is it's the same as Pinterest, Behance. We use it for mood boards. We study what's next. So I actually ran the same exercise with the Golden State Warriors because they have a different personality than Cowboys. I actually think the one on the bottom left's kind of cool, not for nothing. But again, I think it's a really good way of like, okay, this is what the style of the Warriors has been for like the last 5 years or whatever. So if the Warriors came to us and were like, hey, let's make a graphics package, and they're like, we actually don't want to rock the boat at all. Let's just do something predictable, safe, something our fans will like, then maybe make this. Most of the time, though, people are looking for something fresh and new. So run it through Midjourney and don't make what Midjourney spit out. Like, pivot. So I think, again, a great tool for overview. Another place that we use AI is stock photography. Getty and Shutterstock have to be sweating bullets. I don't know how you reconcile with this. We did this. This is a X Games campaign we did earlier this year. We needed snow particles. This is a print campaign. We had to get our particles just right. AI banged them out. You type that little keyword on a black background, one mask, and an add mode later, and we had the particles we wanted. You need an idyllic mountainscape with a lake and some mountains. Midjourney's got you. It's a great tool for that. this is the tip of the iceberg of ways we use AI. Like Adobe Max had, the generative fill. Generative fill is now coming to footage. Up-resing resolution, like all raster images are now vector because AI upscaling is so good. Tip of the iceberg, guys. But enough AI. We all know it's there, but use it. If you're not using it, you're behind the times. Okay. Yeah, these are Mid-Journey. Yeah. Well, that poster wasn't. We designers made the poster, but the the particles are Mid-Journey. Oh, that's right. I have a hot take, guys. I have a hot take about AI. Let me preface this. I have nothing to back this up as far as technical knowledge. This is just purely speculation. My hot take about AI is that ray tracing might have been a huge waste of time. And I mean the technology as a whole, because I saw this video, and this video keeps me up at night. Someone on the internet hooked up Stable Diffusion to the C4D render view, and look at what's happening here. Think about this. He's texturing and rendering in real time. This is computationally less intensive than bouncing around a million rays of light, and think about how art directable this is. I can tell that to be robot flowers, dinosaur flowers, space flowers, and I don't need it to be accurate. I don't need a million rays to bounce around and tell me exactly where those shadows need to fall. I just need to trick the human eye into looking real. So maybe the future of rendering technology is just AI surfacing. This is texturing and rendering at once. Again, I don't actually have the technical expertise to make this claim. So if someone could prove me wrong here, I'm sure the people are here at, but that's my hot take. Maybe, guys, maybe not ray tracing? I don't know. Fight me. Let's talk about that one. Okay. The next thing in the industry I want to talk about is real-time renders and world building, AR, VR, augmented reality, mixed reality. This stuff is coming and it's going to be big. And I think this is a really exciting time to be a 3D motion graphics artist and to be the people who know these tools. There's a lot of avenues that this is going to blow up the industry and change things. So talking about real-time, first and foremost, one thing that I like to think about is this is just a good example of how the advent of real-time rendering becoming everywhere is going to change just how media exists. So let's take a Toyota commercial, for example. You're an ad agency. You're promoting the Toyota Highlander. So you film a silver Toyota Highlander driving down an idyllic road in Southern California. You get this commercial made. It's a quick time. You ship it to the networks. It airs in an ad block for 3 months. That same commercial airs. Every time you go to watch Law & Order for the next 3 months, you see this Toyota Highlander driving down the road. Same silver Highlander, same commercial. Reruns are going to be a thing of the past once real-time render becomes the playback engine for all of this. In the future, we can change that car on demand. We can program in 5 different models of cars with the 5 paint jobs. We can change the environment. It can be, Washington State, the Arizona desert, and you never have to watch the same commercial twice. That is absolutely going to happen. Think of how appealing that is to advertisers. If any advertisers out there want to make dynamic commercials, let's do this. I am ready to be done with reruns, but all parts of media are going to do that. All character generations, the lower thirds that come up during sports ball games, are already being generated by real-time renders. We're only a couple buttons away from those being live every time you play them back. Slightly different particle simulations, slightly different animate in. It's going to change. Reruns are going to be a thing of the past. World building. So this is, again, where I think it gets really exciting to be a 3D motion graphics artist. People use C4D who use these programs. We are the people who get to be the architects of the new world. AR and VR is happening. And again, these are all just my predictions. And I guess the only prediction that's ever actually truly true is that all predictions are wrong. But I think as long as society doesn't crumble first, we'll get to the metaverse. I think that's going to happen. And we're going to be the ones who get to build that world. So since we're at NAB, I thought it'd be good to talk about this through the lens of set design. So 1979 Sports Desk, check out that original Sports Center studio. And now check out Sports Center Now. It's a spaceship. And I think this is interesting because you turn on your news to watch someone talk about basketball, and they're talking about basketball from a spaceship, and you don't think twice about that. That is normal. We got that normalized. What's crazy about the spaceship is that that's still tethered to reality. That is a physical set, which means it has construction costs, constraints of physics, like it can't have 10-ton steel beams animating. It has to be built and lit. As we go to build these 3D worlds, we don't have to do that anymore. These sets can sense and respond to change. They can animate, they can move, they can be actual spaceships. And I think as we normalize audiences to that, we can create viewing experiences that are more dynamic, more engaging, and more interesting. That is I guess, the future of this world building. And what I think is really exciting about that, and this is probably my grand prediction overall, is we're not tethered to reality, we're tethered to what's best. So for a long time in virtual set production, the challenge was, let's make it so it doesn't look like they're in a virtual set. We got that. We can render real-time mahogany desk. That's not a problem. Now the challenge is, what is the best possible viewing experience? And we're the ones who get to make that. So I think as a 3D community, as we go into this world, let's not look at what has reality done before. Let's look at what is the best possible outcome. Reality be damned. And I think that is such an exciting time to be an artist and to build in such a cool space. I have an example of this. We worked on this set design with Brian Higginson is for the BBC Sports. It ultimately didn't get selected. But I thought we had some really good ideas here. And you can just see there's these large concrete bands in the background that animate and turn and move. It doesn't have to be a full-on transformer. We don't have to terrify the audience yet. We can do baby steps to get them to these sets that sense and react to change and are more dynamic than what we have now. And eventually we can get to a full-on transformer that's really awesome. But again, we normalized. We got audiences to be okay going from this desk to a spaceship. We can get them. We can take them further. We haven't hit the end of this. Set. So one last thing on the AR VR stuff. I think people sleep on the fact that one of the largest companies in the world decided to rebrand itself to pursue the metaverse. They talk about this all the time. This is a screenshot from Facebook Meta Connect. You know the one I cannot call Twitter X to save my life, and that's going to make me a crotchety old man. I get that. But anyway, Meta had this conference about the future. And the way they talk about this, if you listen to Zuckerberg talk, he talks like this is tomorrow. But I think the biggest thing that I thought was really interesting from this conversation is they're not talking about VR and AR being this totally separate world. They're talking about mixed reality. And this is actually what he's talking about in this slide, is in a room, any given room, think of how many things don't actually have to physically be there. Pens and papers, monitors, cell phones, people, board games. Pretty much everything except food doesn't actually need to be in the room with you. And that seems a little sci-fi until you think about the fact that, like, 10 years ago, the only video conferencing that was happening was in Star Trek movies, and now I spend 7 hours a day on Zoom calls. This is, again, my prediction is as long as society doesn't collapse, this is where we're heading, and we get to be the ones who make decisions about how this plays out, how users interact with it, and the style it takes. And we're not tethered by reality. I think that's incredibly exciting. Also, the technology is improving. I know headsets were clunky before, and the interface isn't great yet. We're working on it. Like, the industry is working on it. And actually, let's talk about this, the hype cycle of this a little. So this is a chart that I got from some random guy on Reddit on Our Data is Beautiful. I have not fact-checked this. It's apparently from Google Trends. Let's just pretend this is real. I have no idea if these are real or not, but it seems accurate. So we see the metaverse, and this tracks with kind of my knowledge of it, right? There was this huge spike when they made their announcement, and no one talks about it anymore. Unfortunately, I'm not getting rich off Dogecoin, which is disappointing. Actually kind of surprised that 3D printing is so popular. AI, we just went over that. But what I think is really interesting here is see this like flat line of AI? This is when people were building AI. Like, AI didn't just happen. A consumer viable product of Midjourney didn't just show up overnight. They were worked on it for 5 years in the background. So yeah, the metaverse might not be at the top of its hype, but this is what people are working on. We have conversations about this real-time rendering, about these 3D worlds now, and it will happen. So anyway, that's my prediction. So I do want to also talk about graphic trends. I think as artists, it's really important to stay on top of art and design trends and what people's sensibilities are and where you're going. And I think this actually has a lot of commercial value for us as artists as well. Typically, when a client approaches us and they outline their project, there's kind of this understated ask that, hey, also we want our audience to like what it is that you make. We don't want our audience to look at this and be like, that's lame, but also we're always trying to further ourselves and push stuff. So just want to talk real fast. Art versus design, and this is a little bit of an abstract concept, so hopefully I can get there, but I think design is art with purpose, and given a specific audience, you can say that a given design is objectively good. What I mean by that is if you take a target demographic in a particular time, in a particular place, you can say that I can confidently say that I can make a design that they'll like. So, for example, 18 to 34-year-old sports fans for the next 5 years living in the United States, I guarantee you I can make a graphic that person thinks is cool. And I can do that because I understand what graphic trends are. I understand what those people are watching. I understand what they're consuming. I understand what fashion is for that demographic. I understand what's happening in music. But I keep my ear to the ground on these trends. And I do think also that I'm ready to subvert these trends and to complement them and to grow with them, look at which ones are good, which ones are bad, where we're going. So I think it's important to stay abreast of this just from a viability standpoint. So there's a couple trends. These are that I think are going to be big in motion graphics, which actually some of the presenters were talking about just today, the last two. I think organic textures and simulations are going to be real big for probably at least the next couple years. They're already blowing up, and there's a couple interesting reasons why, but I think one of the biggest leading factors is the barrier to entry on these came down. Like a few years back, to be able to do simulations, you had to be ILM. But now with VMFX, anyone can do this. An individual contributor can do these simulations, and they're visually stimulating. And Apple also just had their most recent brand is now with simulations. They're in vogue. These are trendy. Same thing with renders. Sports graphics for the longest time were just metal and car paint slamming together. And part of me always wonders, is that just because that's all the render engines can do? This actually up here is a still frame from a Tendril film on ESPN, and it's got like futuristic crystals and moss, and that's coming into sports graphics. Like these organic textures and these really rich beyond reality textures are what are starting to trend out. And I think in addition, like material packs are so good. The challenge isn't realistic wood or brass. I can buy that material for $1 I can buy 100 materials for $1. The challenge is now what's beyond reality. So I guess my biggest prediction about the future of motion graphics trends is CG graphics can make reality, and we're done with that. What is the best possible outcome? Reality be damned, I think is kind of my prediction for where the future trend of graphics is going to go. And I think that's exciting. I think that's really fun. Getting those node trees and generate a look that no one's ever seen before, I think that is so cool. I'm excited to see what the world is. So, okay, those are my graphics predictions. That's my status quo of the industry. And okay, fine, we'll open up C4D. So the project I want to show you guys today is for sports graphics. We kind of have this like internal joke that there's two types of graphics requests that come in. There's normal fast, and then there's fast. And usually like the lead times on a project, the client needs this stuff tomorrow. So I'm just going to show you some of our like quick tips and tricks to make like a logo treatment fast. Are the other artists here going to blow me out of the water with their technical expertise? You bet. But is this stuff going to be quick and look good? Also, yes. Let's fire up C4D. Let's get into it. So actually here, I can cue this up. I have a little about what we're going to talk about. So we did this project for the WNBA on Script Sports. And it was classic sports graphics package. I'm happy with how it turned out. I think we had some really cool environments. Actually, to that point, this could be a set. Like this could be a Sports Center set. That would be a sick set, man. That'd be pretty cool. And it is wild as motion graphics artists. We've been making these crazy futuristic environments forever now, right? We're like trained architects in a weird way. But one thing happened when we were making this project is it was looking a little dated in the sense that it was just cold materials. And we started adding some blurry reflections and things like that. But we wanted to get a little more of that kind of gritty modern feel, those organic materials I was talking about. And we found something that was quite successful, and that was adding these glass panes to it. So you can see them on the side here, and when they animate, we animate them, they flicker, they add this cool strobe effect. But there's one moment in time I really love with these. Yeah, right there. See how they're distorting that light in the back and they kind of smear it? That's a really cool effect, and it's so easy to make. I'm going to show you guys how to do it. And Redshift just handles glass really well in general. It's not that computationally intensive. It's pretty easy to execute. So I think it's just a good technique. So let's get into it. All right. I'm gonna make a platform here to hold our graphics. I want this guy. Gonna add a bevel to this. Okay, I have strong opinions about bevels, which I get is like the nerdiest thing a person can say, and I probably should take that off my dating profile. But I have really strong opinions about bevels. So let me elaborate on this. Everything in real life has a bevel, right? Nothing comes to a hard point. However, your mind kind of intuitively knows the width of a bevel, and it's about 1 millimeter. The average, look at this desk, look at your phone, look at any surface, the average bevel is about 1 millimeter, and your mind kind of knows that. So if this bevel is 1 millimeter, that means this box is what, like a foot, 6 inches, something like that. If I turn this up to 5, now this thing is only 1 inch across. Now, of course, this isn't a wholesale 3D. The sense of scale in 3D is made up by texture density, things like bevel density, and the other objects in the scene. But I find one of the things that gives away fake 3D right away is an inconsistent scale across the scene. So with that, sports graphics, we always want to make this stuff big, so we do razor sharp bevels. That's a thing. Well, tiny, and then we'll put a material on them to call attention to them. If we want to show off the bevel, we'll do that with the material. We don't need a giant bevel. I actually see this on logos a lot. It makes the logo look small. So let's put a sports material on here. And another trend that I would like to predict is that the color for all sports graphics next year is going to be black on black. And then the year after that, it will be black on black. And then for the next 6 years, it will be black on black, because that's just, apparently, that's just what we do. So I'm going to make a black material. And then I'm going to add some textures to it. So I think, of course, one thing that Redshift also does really well is blurry reflections. It handles them quickly. It really adds a lot of production value. It looks great. So here, let's grab the material here. I have some textures here, but I do just want to talk real quick about, this is like a smudge pattern. Let's just put this into the roughness and get the render view going here so we can see what we're doing. Assign the material would probably help. Okay, let's just talk real, oh, hang on. We need a light. My lighting system is pretty much the same as, what you doing there, Redshift? As most people's. HDRI and a dome light is kind of my baseline for everything. However, recently I've become a very big fan of light painting, and what I mean by that is positioning a lot of area lights around the scene very strategically to get colors to pop. I find I can get a look a little faster by moving around a lot of area lights to very particular areas than I can by just adjusting materials. So I also find that light painting behaves best when the values of all the lights are set very low. So I'm going to set this to like 0.05 or something, just a really low dome light. And really I'm looking for it to just kind of, give the reflections in the scene more than anything. Let's see if we can't get the highlight on there. But one thing I want to talk about with materials is I hate procedural noise. And the reason is I find the amount of time it takes to make procedural noise not look like procedural noise, just use an image-based texture. I think procedural noise will get there someday. It's just not yet. And I think a good example of that, if you were to make a procedural noise pattern that makes a concrete wall, for it to actually be a good repeating concrete wall, somewhere in one of those pieces, there would be like a half-faded sticker that says keep 6 feet apart. But it doesn't add that, and it doesn't have a little water spigot on it. And those are the things that actually add detail, and our noise patterns need to get more evolved. So I think right now the noise patterns are just a little too basic, and again, to make realistic renders, I just find it takes forever. You just have to spend forever manipulating the noise to not make it look like noise. Anyway, so, okay. Actually, the reason I said that is this kind of looks like a noise pattern. So I'm going to add some more intentionality to this in a moment. So it's not just a noise pattern. I'll show you that trick. Am I doing on time? I'm doing okay. All right. So another thing I love to do is I take all my textures and I kind of put them into a ramp inside of C4D, and this just allows for really quick color correction on the fly. It's essentially just like a curves. So you can see up here in the preview, if I adjust this, I can adjust the contrast of this roughness to get different results. Let's preview until I get the area lights in here. Let's just turn this up a little so you can see what we're doing. Oh no, so I don't want that as a background. Man, working without 2 monitors is murder. But anyway, I love porting things into a ramp because it just allows you to easily change stuff on the fly. I'm going to add another texture here, and this is the more intentional texture. So it's a halftone diamond pattern, very popular like sports texture. And then let's do a color layer here to blend these together. This feels like a more intentional texture pattern, and I think intentionality in design is one of the most important things of design. Actually, I'm gonna just open another C4D scene here that I think demonstrates this really well. This is something we did for the Professional Fighter League, and I thought this graphic reached a really good place with intentionality, and actually you're going to see the textures I'm going to make is inspired by this, of course. So I think this graphic turned out pretty good. I think there's a lot of things that are working here, but one of my favorite things about it, and I think that demonstrates intentionality really well, is all these pieces fit together. The bevels line up. They're not just overlapping. And I think that adds a bit of realism because, of course, objects can't collide in the real world. And there is this like band here that sits on top, but it shares the same sort of forms and logic as the rest of the scene, and it all feels put together in a very intentional way. That's probably one of my biggest things. I dislike when people fill scenes with just repetition. Unless you have a really good reason to use the cloner to just populate a scene, a really good justification, it's not intentional design, it's just filler. So I think this is a good example of intentional design, and actually of light painting, which I'm going to go into a little bit more, but you can see this like highlight down here. The light rig on this is just a bajillion little area lights set to like low intensities positioned around the scene to cast light exactly where we want it to call out these bevel highlights and stuff. So actually this material right here is essentially what we're going to be making. So anyway, let's make that material. All right, so we got this guy, poured into our ramp. Let's put this into the base layer here, put this in the color channel here, put this into the roughness here, and then I'm going to mix this on a multiply mode because I just want the black from this to transfer in, and let's just see how this is working. Let's see if we can't get somewhere. I'm going to turn up this light again just so we can see what we're doing well. This is crushing my sensibilities. So you can see what we're going for here is right where that pattern is visible, has no blur, and then this texture. But I think that texture is too strong. It looks a little like blotchy. So I'm gonna come in here and just tweak that out so it's a little less intense. Yeah, there it's like a little softer texture, right? It's not as aggressive, and it calls out those triangles better. I also don't like how I can see the light tint reflecting in my HDRI. So I am going to blend this just ever so slightly to remove that line. I don't mind there being some definition there. I just don't want to immediately know that it's a light tint. And then to just kind of double down on this, I'm just going to take this texture, and I'm going to port these triangles into the bump as well. Crap. Well, not the most organized shader tree. All right, there we go. So cool, starting to get a pretty good looking sport texture here. Let's just kind of rotate the camera, and where this is really going to shine is like the light fall off, right? You got that really cool black on black, and then when the light rolls across it, it hits different areas in a different way. That'll look really nice when we get to animating our rigs. Let's get this, let's put an edge texture on here, and one of my favorite edge textures is just a really reflective mirrored chrome. I've made this material 1,000 times. I kind of make it the same way every time. Metals typically don't have a diffuse. I'm just going to tank the diffuse down to 0. And then I'm going to take the IOR and also drop it to 0, which is essentially just going to make this a mirror. I'm going to take this word that I can't pronounce, anisotropy, and crank it all the way up. And this is how much your light smears across the texture. So like wood grain smears reflection. So this will cause the bevel to stretch further than it normally would. Pretty basic setup. Throw this on here and then set it to just the rounding. Let's see what we got. Did I do that right? Yeah. And then, so you can see now we got this really nice like sharp chrome line with a good fall off here on the edge, starting to get some call out there. Let's just make this scene just a little more interesting. Just change the geo a little, and then I'm gonna add some of those lights, some area lights in here just to. And I think a couple things that Redshift handles really well and just kind of always look good and are not that it handles a lot of lights really well. It does area lights really well. The fall off of them looks good. It does glass shaders really well, which we'll get into in a second, and blurry reflections. So I think all of those are just like kind of shortcuts to kind of things that Redshift does well and give you cool designs and cool looks. Again, this is the work fast. Let's duplicate this guy. Put another light over here on this edge. Actually, I should probably just park this over here, huh? Come here, bud. There we go. All right, cool. So I actually like how that's looking, and I think this is, again, a good example of that light painting. Like, these lights are positioned so they don't hit this front face, but they hit that second back one, and that's kind of just an interesting look, right? And that's just positioning lights. To manipulate shaders to get that would take forever, so just do it with lights. So let's get a logo in here real fast. Got the NAB logo here. Scale this up, move it forward. Throw it into an extrude. Cool. I'm going to throw a emissive material on this just so it lights itself and can be a big, bold logo. And I think the NAB New York's colors are yellow, I believe. So let's do kind of a nice burnt yellow. And the emission, turn the emission weight to 1. Don't need a reflection on this. And same thing with the diffuse. Get kind of a nice, nice like burnt yellow color here. Cool. Throw that on our extrude. Sweet. Looking good. All right, now let's get the main event. Let's get this glass on here, that glass effect. So it's really simple to set up. You just take your transmission and turn it all the way up. And then you have glass. And then you just add a bump texture to it. And it is amazing how well Redshift handles this. This is just a Venetian blind, essentially, with a little bit of a added distortion to it. Put this into a bump. Connect that there. Go ahead and turn up its intensity a little. All right, and then let's just throw this on top of here and take a look at this. Scale that up. Cool. So that's definitely doing what I want it to. And I think what's really cool about this is the way it smears this, right? It's refracting yellow up to above where the glass is, and it's also putting black into there. It's kind of a cool effect for distortion, and it adds some of that like organic grit and grain to it pretty easily. But what I do want to do is I want to put a clear area because, you know, brands typically don't like when you can't read their logo at all. So I'm going to load another texture here. It's just a black and white line. We'll do another color layer here. Oh. All right, and we'll take this to here, add in the color, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to blend this on a multiply mode. So essentially, I'm just taking that the black from this line and creating a clean strip in the middle of this glass. So. And you can see right now there's still a slight diffuse going on through the glass, and that is because in transmission there's this extra roughness. If I drop this value down to -1, it makes that part completely clear, which is what I want. And I actually think this is getting pretty close to where I'm going. Rotate this up here. Frame this up in a cool way. Let's make our background a little bit bigger. Covers the whole. Oh. I didn't want the logo. I wanted this guy. Full backdrop for this thing. Frame it up. I feel like we're getting pretty close to a sports graphic here. I think the only thing really missing is a little bit of bloom. Again, staying up with trends. We don't do lens flares anymore. That really broke my heart. But now we can do bloom, so that's okay. Get a little glow on this. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Yeah, you can kind of see how that could be we got a little sports graphic logo. You animate this glass moving through the scene. You're going to get a really cool reveal effect as you pull that up. You roll the light rig, you rotate this, you got yourself a sport graphic. I think that's it for me, guys. That's what I got. Yeah, I appreciate the time, everyone. It's great to be here.
Sorry that the lens flares broke your heart.
Oh, dude, I made a living off of that for years, and they swept the rug out from under me.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Questions for Eric. Now's the time. All things sports graphics. I mean, you did a great job. You definitely explained it all. I love how quick that was as far as a breakdown. Show opener, ready to go.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
This glass technique's getting a lot of mileage. If you look on packages, keep an eye out on broadcast. You'll see this being used a lot in a lot of different live packages. This is out there. It's a really cool, especially when you animate it. It looks really well, and you can tell even in the IPR it renders fast. It's not. Yeah. This isn't going to break the bank on the renders either.
Question.
When I lit the corners. Oh, and the other graphic I showed, those I think were actually emissive tubes. So emissive materials also behave really well, but the blue and red lights were actually emissive tubes. But what I do find with emissive textures, I kind of find trying to turn up that emissive value high enough to make it look like a true neon material is murder. So usually what we do is we pair an emissive material with an area light that's at like a strip, because then you get the spill light. And also Redshift just calculates the light bounce better from a light than it does an emissive material, which is a really long way of answering. If you want to add neon tubes to a scene, do it with emissive materials and an area light. I would do both. Yep. Sorry, Ike. Sure. Yeah. We can post it online. Yeah, no problem.
You post it online.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, you can play with the NAB logo.
Totally. Right.
Logo file. What common mistakes do you see a lot nowadays when people are doing? Is it too much cliche? What are you seeing in sports graphics that you see is like, all right, that's kind of problematic?
Oh, that's interesting. I actually think probably one of the things that I touched on a little bit earlier was relying on repetition to make design. I think it's too easy in these 3D programs to just punch it in the cloner and fill a scene with that and then run an effector to it. I really think probably the number one complaint when we're in the conceptual phase is not enough intentionality. Like, really think about your composition. Every element should have a purpose, should be placed with intention and design. And generally, the repetition is just used as a shortcut for time, which is probably our fault, not giving our designers enough time to really build the intentionality. But I do think the strongest design frames, the things that always come back and look the best, is where you're like, wow, you really built that. You thought about every piece and everything. Every part of this was curated. You weren't just filling space with design tools. And I guess the other thing would be, there is kind of this, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Sometimes the technology leads the design, which is kind of what I was talking about with, I do think simulation and organic textures is going to be big, which is kind of the technology leading it. But what I really love is when the idea is what leads the process. And when people are like, how do we make this look? Technology be damned, this is the look we want for our product. That's the other thing. So sometimes you see it and like, guys, I know that one. That's the NAB graphics look. I've seen this graphic before. What's appropriate for this brand? So that would probably be my two number one things, is relying too much on what just the technology kind of makes by default and not enough intentionality in design, I would say, are probably at least off the top of my head. I'll ask ChatGPT later and have it, and I'll let you know.
Official answer.
Let you know what the real feedback is there.
What about, do you have any go-to tools that when you show other artists, they're like, wow, that you've, like, hey, like for me, I'm always like the lighting tool is something that I always pull.
Sure.
But is there something like a tip or trick that you usually show, like, hey, this thing?
There actually is, and I don't know if I can set it up quickly, but one thing I really love with the blurry reflections.
We got time.
I just don't know if I have the assets to show it. It's kind of the, it's actually kind of what's going on with this diamond pattern here, with this on the light. But one trick that always sort of looks cool is a blind emboss of a logo. And we were just showing another artist this too, where you put a logo art into that blurry reflection channel and just roll light across it as a reveal. That's a crowd favorite. It always does look cool. It's like really subtle. It has a good effect. It does look
just hitting the glossy spots or hitting
just the logo being the clean reflection. The rest of it's blurry. So it's the exact same technique as this diamond pattern, but with just logo art there
reveal
instead of the diamond. Yeah,
that's awesome. All right. Any other last questions for Eric? You are going to be at the Tech Showcase, right?
I am.
Yeah, Eric, he'll be next door at the Tech Showcase here. I think just 2-ish. Something. We'll figure that out here in a little bit. But yeah, he'll be around. But stay tuned for our next presenter, Nasir. So stay tuned. We're going to be up next. See you after the break.
Thanks, everyone.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new, meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, creatives and artists from around the world tuning in online. Hello, I'm here at the Maxon booth at NAB NYC 2023, showcasing Cinema 4D and the rest of Maxon 1 and all the amazing tools that we have here. So things are we're about to turn up the heat, folks. You all ready for this? Yeah, you are. All right, we're about to turn up the heat with Nasir Barday.
How's that? Oh, here, I can hear myself. Cool. Hi, everybody. We excited to play with fire today? So what I wanted to do with this one is, I know we're showing a lot of polished work today, but this presentation is going to be more about experimentations with Pyro and what I've learned playing with it in the last 6 or so weeks. First, a little bit about me. I'm a UX designer at Bloomberg, so I work on software that runs the financial world, but I also, in my off time, work in 3D, concert visuals, stage design. This is a little bit of my work. This is an aerial dancer working on one of my stage designs. You can see LED panels, some like pixels running through. This is an art festival that took place in Lisbon in 2018. The next version of which we are going to do in Dubai this coming summer. So we're really excited to see some of that come to fruition. But let's get back to Pyro, shall we? So I just wanted to show you guys a few of the experimentations we're going to walk through today. And I just wanted to start off by talking about volumetrics. And you know, Pyro, as you know, is driven by a technology called OpenVDB. Does anybody know what OpenVDB is? Have you guys seen any of this stuff? I think this is pretty blasé. But I don't know if you realize that Margot Robbie at some point explained OpenVDB. This is her introducing the Oscar for the technical Oscar for the technology.
Who wants to hear more about volumetric data? Yeah! Miles does.
I love it.
You love that much volumetric
favorite kind of data.
I thought it was. Thought that might be the case. Well, now that everyone can access the voxels,
Yeah.
and work with them, a team at DreamWorks Animation created an OpenVDB. OpenVDB is, I'm sorry.
It's so funny, Margot. It's just the name of the software.
I don't know why it sounds so sexual to me.
Get it together.
Open. This is so immature. OpenVDB is available as open source. OpenVDB is available as open source software and provides a powerful tool set to process.
See, that's funny to me.
And manipulate the voxels, okay? To manipulate the voxels.
It's all about the voxels. Nice.
There's just something about Margot Robbie saying the words OpenVDB, volumetric data, voxels, and thinking it's something sexual. I don't know. There was something that does things for me there. That's funny. So what I wanted to start off with is just a couple of the basic steps. For those of you who have not done Pyro in Cinema 4D before, I realized I'd built a whole presentation going into all the details, but I didn't actually have something about setting something on fire in Cinema 4D. So this is what it looks like just from the get-go. If you throw a cube into a scene, and you right-click on that cube to add a pyro emitter, it gives you everything that you need to just start playing that in your viewport. What you also need is a rendering object. So you need a pyro object so Redshift knows what to look at. So first we turn on the channels for density and temperature, which I'll talk about in a second. And then the next thing you need to do is to create a material. So this is me kind of going off into the Redshift land. And the video is stalling. Nope, I think that's all we got. So sorry about that. But basically what ends up happening is you get a cube that sets itself on fire, and it's all in the defaults, and it just looks like it's blowing up. And what I wanted to get into, and the reason I brought up volumetric data, is that all Pyro is an engine that creates OpenVDB data, okay? And the fire itself is just this temperature channel within that OpenVDB data. You also have density, what it calls density, which we kind of know as smoke commonly. And what that engine does is it goes and creates temperature, it creates density, and just puts that into a simulation. So it knows what fire is supposed to do once it's there, it knows what smoke is supposed to do, and it does a couple of different things which we'll go into. But ultimately, all the Pyro engine is doing is creating volumetric data and animating it, and simulating how it works in real time, and you see the 3D pixels that are kind of being created. I think it's important to think about it this way, because if you look at, there's actually a really great overview that Maxon has done for about 3 hours. And Athanasios Pozantzis, also commonly known as Noseman, at the end of that feature on YouTube, I'll show a link to that toward the end. He says it's an evolving volumetric system that advects volume grids. I think he was being tongue-in-cheek to be super technical about it, but that's all it is. So it's not just about fire. It's about actually creating volumetric data and manipulating it in different ways. And so I'll first start off what kicked off my whole fascination with Pyro was this Instagram post. Let's check it out. Afterburners on a Mustang. And I don't know, there's so many things that do things for me here. There's like obviously a sports car and fire coming out of the back of it. Nobody ever sees this. Actually, if you look at the guy's posts, it's all posts of people just asking him to fire it up. So I wanted to start with this, so we'll go a little bit more traditional fire and smoothing it out, and then we'll go into some other ways that we can use the Pyro engine. So I was looking at, how would I do something like that in the 3D world? And the first thing you want to look at are different types of flames. So this is just a Google image search that I did for butane flames. And I just wanted to see, what do the actual flames look like in real life? So what really resonated with me, I can't show my cursor here, was this third to last flame that's super smooth, it's bright, and straight on. The other ones kind of have a little bit more variance going on. They look a little bit more like a match flame. But I wanted something that was kind of more straight and true. And then I picked a model off of, I believe this is off of Sketchfab. I've got the URL here. It's just a free model that I downloaded. This is the McLaren F1. It comes from Need for Speed. So I put that in. I wanted something, very quick to be able to get to a result and throw afterburners on and be able to see what came out of that. So I did a couple of tests, and what I found was to actually get, I did a couple of tests here, and you see off to the right, I've got a disc. What I was trying to do was, if you look at the back of the exhaust here, oh, here we go. If I was just to select the geometry on the back of this and just make a disc out of the exhaust port, that's what I was simulating off to the right over here, this rightmost object. And that wasn't quite working. What I had to do was create a cylinder as if it was a real piece of thermodynamic machinery. Because the engine actually needed, but this is my theory anyway, is the engine actually needs to know what to push through. And if it's just putting it on the top of a disk, all it's doing is setting it on fire. But if we want a jet flame, you need an actual tube for all of that pyro to go through. So what I found was, in just doing a bunch of, this actually took me a whole week of just playing around. Why isn't this disc working? And I had to go offline, outside of the scene entirely, and I figured out that you had to use these cylinders to get this really smooth flame. And this is kind of what one of the tests came out as. Now, you kind of notice, I'm going to play this again, you kind of have to wait for the flame to grow. And if you don't want to wait for that, there's a set initial state button, which I'll show you in a second, so that it just immediately lights up. And I'll show you how that plays out in the scene. But, you know, the first thing that I wanted to do was, how do you even get a straight flame to begin with? And the simulation has to actually go through and calculate from the beginning, from lighting it up inside the tube and lighting the fuel inside. It has to grow it out. But you can actually get the simulation to start, say, right here, and that can kind of immediately turn on the afterburners in your scene. So this is the offline testing that happened. And then I actually have, I think I was actually trying to show you guys how to right-click and reveal you know, the simulation tag. I kind of went into that earlier. But the way this scene is structured is you've got these two cylinders, and this cursor likes to show up and doesn't like to show up sometimes. I'm not sure what's happening. So I'm going to wave my hands and try to be descriptive. So on the left-hand screenshot, you have these two cylinders. And I'll show you in a second about the simulation scene. Let's not get into the details of that just now. But then you have the pyro output object, which is under that scene. I've also got another test one. And then just a simple light. That's kind of what was driving the scene that I showed you earlier. And off on the pyro emitter settings, one of the important aspects to get this to work is having a lot of temperature to work with. Temperature is an analog for fire, right? Whenever we see temperature, we actually mean fire. And we just need a lot of it. So I've set that at 6,000. I think it defaults to something like 1,000, so that's cranked all the way up. Another thing that makes this work is velocity. So not only do you need stuff that's burning and super hot, but you need speed that's running through that tube. And I cranked that up. And if you notice here, there's 3 numbers for direction. That's just a vector. That's your X, Y, and Z, for those who aren't familiar with how that works. And the Z direction, the depth direction is where I wanted the flame to kind of come out. The other thing that happens is in the pyro output object. So I told you about all those things that get created for free. When you right-click on something, say pyro emitter, it goes and creates a pyro output object for you. And then there's a whole other set of settings in the pyro object. The pyro output object. One of the most important ones is velocity smoothing, which actually, in this screenshot, you see it's at 0. I'd actually cranked that to 100% to make that flame look like it was straight, tried, and true. There was also temperature smoothing. So between both of those, you get a very straight flame. And then that's what yields this result here. And then we bring that into the scene. There's a couple other experimentations that I did. So, you know, I talked about speed versus temperature. If you have too little temperature, you start getting little sputters. So if you look at the Instagram post, here, let me bring it back up again. I'm sorry if it's loud. You notice how it kind of puffs out? It kind of snuffs out at the end there. That's actually because, well, if we bring it into the 3D world, there's too much velocity going for the amount of temperature that's in there. And in real life, we're talking about, you know, speed and pressure, which is your velocity, and the fire. So if there's not enough fire behind the speed that we're pushing through, and over here I've kind of overdone it. You see off to the left, the velocity strength is something like 30,000. And you see this tube on the left, which is matching to that one, it's kind of sputtering out because there's way too much. So as you're playing with the engine, you want to make sure that you're balancing how much flame you have versus how much speed you have or velocity. There's another experiment that I did here. So in the pyro volume that you add to the pyro object to just get the flame to work, this can be very confusing at first. And I actually spent this is probably another couple of days worth of experimentation where I was trying to figure out, you know, what was actually going on with this stuff on the right. Who's actually seen this screen before or played with this already? Just trying to figure out what level of familiarity I have. Okay, just a little bit of experimentation. So What's different about the material tag? So by the way, you have to go into the menus and just create a pyro volume in the menus, which I can show a little bit later if anybody needs a walkthrough of that. But once you look at this, you're still kind of left with, well, where's my temperature? Where's my smoke? Where's my fire? The things that I'm familiar with. Well, you just have to do a little bit of a mapping of the terminology. So scatter and absorption are the places where smoke gets rendered. So scatter is just showing how much light is getting reflected back to the camera, and absorption is kind of keying off of that same channel. So you can pick a channel for the scatter, which is the density that's coming off of the object. This comes in by default, by the way. Absorption is what the shadows are. So if you think of ambient occlusion, that's kind of the better analogy for it. But between scatter, that controls your brightness. Absorption controls the darkness. So when you look at a smoke cloud, you see parts that are bright, parts that are dark. That's what's controlling those things. So if you see scatter and absorption, those together are controlling what's happening with density. And they try to be helpful by just defaulting density into that channel. The other default is emission gets temperature. So I think because this thing is trying to be a little bit more generic, and this is a volume renderer, not necessarily a pyro renderer, we're trying to map the things that are coming off of that OpenVDB data that's come out. So I told you before, let me go back to this diagram, right? The data that's getting generated is density and temperature. And we need to tell the renderer what channels to plug that into when it's going in and creating light, because the renderer doesn't know about fire, it doesn't know about that types of data. The pyro object has gone and generated density and temperature, but now we have to tell the renderer what channels does it actually have to go into in the renderer. So if we go back to this, we're seeing that pushed into, when we talk about density, which is the smoke, that has to go into telling the renderer, scatter light this way, absorb light this way, and that's your smoke. And in the emission channel, that's the brightness part. So when what we think of as fire needs to be rendered as something that generates light within the scene. So then that takes the temperature bit. But you can actually flip these around and get some other experimentations. So this is actually taking temperature and putting it into the density channel. Now, if you go into the overview that Maxon gives for this, there's a couple other experimentations that they do where they actually run this backwards. But there's some cool effects that you can get by just taking what is effectively an explosive or super energetic field, putting it into smoke, and you get other kinds of effects here. So just more tools as you guys are playing on your own with the Pyro engine of how you can kind of change the looks around. Something else I wanted to illustrate here is I've kind of shown a couple of different objects here, right? And I just wanted to show the hierarchy, because this took me a little bit of time to understand. So when you look at any Pyro scene, you start with your 3D object. So that's, say, your cube, for example. And then I showed you guys adding the Pyro emitter tag to that particular object. So every object gets some sort of a Pyro emitter tag. Now you can have multiple Pyro emitter tags within one Pyro object. Now what's a little confusing is that the Pyro object has its own set of settings. The Pyro emitter has its own set of settings. And as we go through this deck, I'll show you guys where those different settings live. But ultimately, the Pyro object controls what is the actual simulation doing? What is the environment within which everything works? So things like smoothing, other things that involve the properties of how flames are treated goes into the Pyro object. Normally, you can only have one Pyro object in any given Cinema 4D file. If you want a couple of different types of flames, which I'll show some ways to combine this a little bit later, but if you want to combine different types of effects together, and you want to have different types of Pyro objects with different settings, each of those needs to go into its own simulation scene. So then a simulation scene is a way to give you kind of a safe space for your Pyro object, and then the Pyro emitter can kind of live within that. So that's a little bit of the theory. I don't want to glaze your eyes over too much with just looking abstract. Let's start looking at some screenshots. So I showed you guys the Pyro object and the Pyro emitter settings before. Now we can add a simulation scene, and it kind of has similar, it actually takes a lot of those same objects, those same settings from Pyro and embeds it within itself. So now you can create multiple simulation scenes. Each of those gets a Pyro object. So you get this create output object button within there. What's interesting about this simulation scene is you actually want to create this pyro output object because you want to play with, if you want to play with caches, you need to be able to do that on the object itself. But if you don't want to do that initially, the simulation scene just kind of gives you pyro settings for free that you can kind of start tweaking with. And then within that, you have these different categories of settings. I think the most important ones are extra forces, which involve your smoothing, how to treat density and temperature is what we're going to be playing with today. And so within that one simulation scene, you can create your looks, and then you can combine a whole bunch of those within a file. So as we get into practice for the Afterburner, I'll show you guys how this worked in the file. So I think I showed you guys a little bit earlier about how the pyro output object has its own treatments off to the right. So with density, you have this property called dissipation, which is how much do things disappear over time. This happens for both temperature and density. And you can play with that. But again, if you want to have different looks, that has to be done in a different pyro object, which needs to be in a different simulation scene. So what's being controlled off to the right here are the dissipation properties. Velocity itself has smoothing, which gets applied. All of those affect the look of your flame. And if you want a different kind of flame in the scene, we have to go and create another pyro output object and play with it there. But within the scene, if you have multiple pyro emitters, you can actually play with the amount of density that's getting pushed through. How much smoke, how much flame. You're free to play with that within that safe space of a simulation scene. So I'm just showing again here, right-clicking and adding a pyro emitter. And here's how it ends up looking in the render. So what I ended up doing was taking that model, I took those cylinders that we saw earlier and just put them inside this model. And we're going to add a little bit more to this model in just a second, but now you can just see how it plays out in practice. Just running a simple animation, moving the model forward, and sticking those afterburners in there, and this is what came out of Redshift with playing with those settings. All right, the next thing I played with were motion trails. So this is a way to take smoke and have it work on an actual volume and run that over time. So I'll get to this in a second. This is maybe a little bit out of order. But here's a motion trail that comes off the bottom of a tire. So if you noticed in this render here, there's nothing really happening under the tires, right? You have this afterburner that's pushing this speed, but there's no burnout or anything that's happening under it. And what I wanted to do was play with the mist that would come off of the bottom of those tires. If we were on a flat surface and we were just taking the rubber that was just, or some water vapor that was kind of evaporating off of the back of it. So I wanted to play with how you might do that. So here's just a simple cube that I used as an emitter. Again, I've shown you a couple of times. You right-click on the thing, you add an emitter, and then you just play with the settings in the pyro object and the emitter itself. And then if you crank up the settings for smoothing and velocity and for density, you get something like this that kind of zooms across and has that trail behind it. And this is a still frame for what it looks like. You can kind of get a nice misty effect. And this was exactly what I was looking for. So by just playing with a couple of the defaults and cranking up smoothing, cranking up speed, bringing that effectively 100% on all of these, you get an effect like that. And then in practice, oh, I don't think it's playing for me. But you can kind of see, I'm sorry, it's just a still frame, guys. But you can kind of see under the wheels where that mist is coming off of. I'll try and play that video file for you guys in a little bit to show how that works if we have time at the end for questions. But basically now, in combination with the afterburners going off, you have some nice mist that's coming off of the bottom. And trust me, as it moves, there's a trail that comes off as it goes off into the distance. All right, so the next one is what I call the cloudy reveal. This is all kind of adding up to some sort of just a demo, like based on memes that you see in car commercials or traditional VFX. And the next idea I wanted to try was, how might I take the actual the car itself and have it look like it's appearing out of a cloud of smoke? And so in order to do that, I needed some sort of a cloud type of effect. So this is a little bit of a render of how that worked. If you run it backwards, you could see how that could look like. So this is basically the frames run backwards. But I have a rotation in here as well as some smoke simulation that's kind of creating this wispy reveal. And you could see how you could actually fade that into the actual model and it would look like a proper reveal. So here's how that worked in practice. One of the first things that you need is a volume builder to create the smoke off of. So in order to get the initial, if you look at this thing in forward time, it kind of starts with that frame, right, where you have the car itself. And that's kind of getting rotated and wisped around. If you look at it in forward time, it's basically starting off by creating those voxels in the shape of the car, and then a rotation object kind of just screws it up and makes it disappear. And I just ran that backwards. And so all that's happening now is I threw that same model into a volume builder and made that emit smoke. So you see again, I don't have my cursor here, but if you use your imaginations here, off to the left, I've got a vapor emitter on, a pyro emitter on the vapor emitter that I called it. So that thing is taking the McLaren F1 and turning it into a volume. And I scaled it down using a null. But ultimately, that emitter object creates the density that we're talking about. And then what I did was I created a shell for the thing because I didn't want it to lose too much of its dimension. So I did another one of those, but I created just a volume mesher around that, put it in X-ray mode for my viewport, and I turned that. If you see the little bricklaying icon off to the right, you know, when you go into the simulation menu, you also have what's called a collider. And if you make that a collider within that system, it actually keeps the smoke within that shape and contained. So now what you get is smoke that's getting created. It works within this shell, so it goes poof, and then it stays within that kind of glass box. But we can keep that invisible just by turning off its visibility in the renderer. The other important thing when you work with an emitter like this is you want to make sure it's in fog mode. I had trouble at first with the defaults. I think it's just called a sign distance field. That didn't quite do it for me because what I really do want is what you would intuitively think of as fog, not just like a shell of smoke, but I wanted it to actually come out as a big block of literal fog and that expanding out into the shell, and then all of that needed to get kind of get turned into the tumbler of this rotation field. Something else that I want to note here is, you know, as you're doing this work, you want to keep your files organized, right? And this simulation scene, if you see this vapor with that little atomic icon off to the left, that simulation scene there, I would normally put that under a null. We all use nulls to organize our files, right? But I found that when I put that simulation scene inside the null to keep it all in one place, it created a ghost image somewhere else in the file. So it's just a little gotcha. I think this will be probably an enhancement that goes into these future builds. But as of Cinema 4D 2024, if you try to put a simulation scene within the null to keep it all organized, you end up with like this ghost version of it off to the side. So I kept that out and then I just named it the same to keep them the same. And if you see that rotation is outside here, that's actually a mistake. That should actually just be under the simulation scene to keep it all organized. For those of you who use xParticles, the xParticle system kind of has similar vibes to this, where you want to keep as many of your objects kind of organized within what is doing what, so then when you go back, and there's, as you can see, 100 different checkboxes where something can go wrong, you want to always be able to have a way to go back and be able to know where the different settings are. Okay, so that's the setup, and I can show you a couple of test renders in a second. The simulation scene I do want to delve into, as well as some of the settings on the pyro emitter and the pyro object. So the other important thing to remember with simulation scenes is that, you know, by default, it has its own invisible simulation scene. Cinema 4D does. It just calls it the default simulation scene. But if you actually want it to have it interact with your simulation scene itself that you've created, you need to take all of those elements, the emitter, the collider that I mentioned, the rotation force that I talked about, all of that needs to be manually brought into this simulation scene. The other gotcha here is that you want to work with the pyro output object that gets created by the simulation scene. This is a little nerdy and I know a little technical, but If you try to do it the other way and you realize, oh, I want to organize my file and I want to make sure that all of my pyro effects, I can have multiple pyro effects within this file. If you don't do this first, where you go and create the output object, you can see this little button off to the right. If you look at the rightmost screenshot toward the top, you see that create output object button. You want to make sure you're using that object that comes out and not the default one that gets created, because it's hard to put the genie back in the bottle. So if you know ahead of time that you're going to create multiple different types of flames, mess around with fog and things, and I think inevitably as you play with this, you're going to want multiple effects. You actually saw in Harrison's presentation, I noticed there were at least 3 or 4 different types of pyro simulations that he had going on in there. And there's no way that you can actually make that happen unless you have these pyro objects created by the simulation scene and tweak those from there. It's kind of a pedantic thing, but it's more of a hygiene thing as you set up your scenes to create this. Now we can go into what's going on with the pyro emitter and the pyro output object. Now I'll repeat again. You can have multiple pyro emitters, and so those settings within the pyro emitter, you can have a bunch of different objects with this tag on it, and they will all work within that one simulation scene. And the things that you can set are things like the density. And here you see that I've set it to 1. The reason for that is because it is a fog volume. The pyro engine already knows that it's a fog, and all it has to do is create those particles within that volume, and you're done. You don't have to do anything more. You don't have to create any more, add any more density or anything like that. We'll actually show what that looks like in a second when you actually up this add parameter. It actually creates trails. And in this case, all I wanted was like a little poof of smoke. So we just set that at 1. And there's another thing that has to happen here, which is you have to keyframe the enabled parameter here. And so you only want to have that happen for 1 or 2 frames and then have it wink out. So you want to make sure that you set a keyframe on this enabled thing. In this middle screenshot, you see that diamond's lit up. You want to make sure that 1 of those frames or 2 of those frames it's on, and then for the rest of it, it's off. And I'll show you what happens if you leave it on. You end up getting trails, which can be desirable sometimes. But in this case, for this particular cloud reveal, combined with the rotation, you just want to have it set at 1. And then I've turned off temperature, and I've added velocity just to add a little bit of speed to the outer movement. In the output object, I've cranked up the smooth factor for temperature, and I think this might be an older screenshot. I actually should have the velocity cranked up as well. And again, since this is a pyro output object, I can only do this once within a simulation scene. So if I want another kind of effect where something's a little bit less smooth, we add a little bit of turbulence, I have to create another simulation scene to make that happen. So that's an overview of the settings that are going into this to make this cloudy reveal work. I kind of want to just show you guys animations because I don't want to make your eyes glaze over too much. But this is just kind of playing around with different setups. And I was just playing, with simulations, you want to continue to iterate and play with how the effects are working. Up to the right, I was actually playing with what's called the object fidelity slider. And you see that on the tag itself. You see how it's cranked to 100% in this middle screenshot? That's what I did off to the right. And it doesn't look so great, staying really true to the geometry. And so I was playing with different ways to just to compare and contrast. Now to do this in your viewport, you want to use the caching feature. That's over here. So in the cache tab on that pyro output object, you can see I just was generating cache after cache after cache after cache. And it's really easy to do. You just hit the cache scene and it goes and generates it. And what's really powerful about this is now I can toggle between the different scenarios. So as I'm playing with the output object, with the settings on the emitter, sometimes I might have things baked just how I like it, and I might realize, you know what, I went backwards on that one. I don't exactly want to recreate those settings. I just want to go back to that one, and boom, I'm good to go. This is a way to kind of have your own kind of undo list, but also to have a couple of scenarios. So let's say that you're playing with a couple of different scenarios and for a client, right? And so if I was trying to talk to the art director about which ones of these actually make sense, the one off to the right stays true. Let's say we're talking to the McLaren brand, and for some reason they're doing a retrospective on the 1993 model of the McLaren F1. That art director might say they might conceivably want to stay true to the geometry off to the right, but you can easily see this doesn't quite look as good as this one on the left. So if we're trying to be pixel perfect, frame by frame, here's your scenario on to the right. And then if we want to do what we think it looks a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, here you have the one on the left. I could save those out as different caches, and that gets saved to disk. And very quickly, I can click the checkboxes to go back and forth between those. What's also interesting here, I don't know if I've got screenshots for this, but it bears to emphasize, in this last version, they added this up-res scene button, which is super cool. So as you know, Pyro takes a lot of computing power. So you can run at a lower resolution and kick out these caches, right? And see how it plays out. The minute you bring down the voxel size within a scene, it infinitely brings up your compute power, and it also affects the whole scene as a whole. And if all you want to do is add a little bit of fidelity to the output, you can use this up-res scene button. And instead of having to go and tweak everything, because the minute you bring the voxel size down, which increases the resolution, it makes the smoke that much more pleasing, but then you have to go elsewhere in the simulation and change settings to compensate for that. This up-res scene button in this new version just makes it super quick, just to see if I was to go through all of that hard work, what would that look like? So it's a super handy feature, and by the way, you can also use that to see, again, if you're running, if you're moving forward or backwards in terms of how, in terms of the creator direction for the scene, you can easily go back to the low res caches in that list. So that's using the cache tab and going through iterations. The next thing I want to talk about is the ghost trail. So the ghost trail is just taking that same emitter technique that I talked about and just running it in time. So if you were to continually leave density on or turn on the add flag, you get this trail that comes out. Now this particular result is really just an experimentation. I think there's a lot that we can do, and I'll show you a little bit about how I evolved this. It's not as interesting on its own. I think I might have a, if you just do it on its own, you do kind of get this cool thing toward the end where the fog is kind of peeling off of the car. I think there is some more work to be done here. But what I wanted to prove to myself was, is this something that's possible? This was actually something I was doing while I was working on the cloud reveal, and I was learning about what happens when you turn on density and leave it on versus just keyframe it being on and off. So this is just leaving density on. And you can kind of see the structure of the scene here. Something interesting else that's, for those of you that are still starting out in C4D, what's really useful is to put the camera in the same null. So if you can use a null to organize your scene, you can actually put the camera in that same grouping, and that camera will animate along with that null that moves along in that scene. So it's kind of an interesting technique to have if you're trying to do like a droney type of shot where you're following it along. I don't have a lot in the background here where texture is moving, but this is a nice dolly shot to follow along. And it's very easy to do just by throwing your camera into the null and focusing on that one. Otherwise, it's very similar things to what I just showed you. You've got the trail emitter, which is that volume emitter that I showed earlier. It's got the McLaren within it, and that's also set to, I believe that's set to a fog volume, and that's continuing to slough off smoke. I don't have that same shell as I did before because I'm not as concerned with keeping things within that volume builder shell. So now I've got the emitter, I have, and I just have all the basics that I would put into a scene. Something else that's interesting with this new release for 2024 is that all the Redshift objects are kind of your default objects. So we were talking earlier about how you might throw in a dome light. I think a couple of presentations have talked about that. If you don't even want to go through that effort, there's a really easy sky object that you can add to a scene just to quickly get an idea for how it's all coming together. You can quickly rotate that sun to be able to get an idea for how things would react. And you have a very quick rig available to you. You're just clicking the sky button, and you can get the whole scene lit. Because in this case, I'm just experimenting with the Pyro object, and in terms of those simulations, I'm not too focused on rendering. So very quickly, I'm able to get to a result, which is what Cinema 4D is so great at. So then the other thing that I started doing was adding wind to this. And what's interesting about the wind object, and actually Noseman goes over this in the overview of Pyro. By the way, that's a great 3-hour overview if you want to totally nerd out about simulations. I kind of wanted to pack those 3 hours into this, so you're kind of getting a lot of that high-level stuff. But if you're really interested in playing with this, there's a whole series online of just 3 one-hour sessions that they've done. And Noseman actually talks about how he turns off turbulence and all those other forces that are built into the pyro object. There are things that have kind of been put in there that I was showing you sliders for that get you to a quick result. You can actually start throwing in other forces. If you turn those off in the pyro object, now you can start playing with wind and throw that in. So I've cranked up turbulence, I've cranked up the speed, and I didn't have time to kick out a whole render for you guys, but here's a viewport render of how that's working. So now you see that smoke, that quote-unquote smoke, which is basically fog that was coming off of it, now has this super turbulent property. And you can see how with some more experimentation, you can play with different looks. So now you start to see how that smoke is starting to peel off of the car. And then the other thing that has to happen, just you have to remember to put that wind into that simulation scene. And I'm just showing off a few of the other settings that came off of the back of that setup. So here's another still frame from that. I think I'm running short too. Sorry, Matthias. But we can definitely take questions here. I was hoping to linger a little bit more and show you guys some more detail. But if you've got questions, let's get into those. I mentioned the series for the deep dive that they've done. I think this was last November. The Cinema 4D help file is also really great for diving into details.
Awesome. Let's give a big round of applause for Nasir.
Thanks, guys.
Now, did you do any smoke and fire before using pyro, or
actually
only?
No.
So, yeah.
Turbulence FD was always on my list to explore. Explosion effects and X particles. Yep. It was always on my to-do list. But not to oversell the system too much, but I was able to show very quickly you can get to a result in 30 seconds.
Yeah, just jumping in. Any questions for Nasir? Maria. Great question. So the question was, are the examples rendered in Redshift or the viewport? What do you have?
So this one is in Redshift. This one here is the viewport. Sorry, this is Redshift as well. This is viewport. Yeah, you can preview the results in the viewport, absolutely. And so you'll see like a lower fidelity version of it. Sometimes the render looks a little bit different from what's in the viewport. So if I go over here, over here you have like super nice long flames. When you get into the render itself, it doesn't always prove out that way. So there is a little bit of a delta. Like that same long yellow flame renders like this in Redshift. So sometimes you have to play with the materials. But yeah, in the viewport you get a good indication of what's going to happen.
Any other questions? All right, we'll be taking our next break, folks, but stay tuned because up next we have Ern Stern. Woo!
Well, thanks, everybody.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, creatives and artists of all ages, to NAB NYC 2023. I'm Matthias Omatola, a.k.a. Major VFX on all the socials, and I am accompanied by amazing artists showcasing how they're using Maxon 1 within their creative workflow. For many of you have seen me, I've been on tour all year at the DAT Tour, the Design Animation Tour, and that is actually on its way to Europe next month, everyone. So GoToDat is the actual website if you want to see us and our crew at the upcoming shows in Europe. It's GoToDat, GoToDat, and we will see you there throughout Europe. So up next, a longtime educator, good friend, and amazing all-around artist. Let's give a big round of applause to Aaron Stern. There we go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, Matthias, and thank you, Maxon. So typical. I worked on this title, and then I found out there is a typo here. So we're not going to do composing. We're going to do compositing. But I didn't have enough time to fix it. Anyhow, my name is Eran. I'm doing motion design and content creation for the last, 30 years. Dating Cinema 4D as well as After Effects for many years, still not ready to propose. Before I start, I'm here with you, but my mind is with my family in Israel, and I'm going to use your help to disconnect for the next hour or so and talk about explosions and stuff inside the computer, not in real life. No, we're not going to do explosions. We're going to do something totally different. So in 2 words, I'm an After Effects guy. I'm doing a lot of stuff, but I guess, most of the time I'm watching progress bars and stuff like this. And here's like a short clip of what we're going to create in the next probably 45 to 50 minutes. So here we go, the Dragon's Den. This is without an audio for unknown reasons, so I'm just going to give you the narration, and that's it, it's done. It looks simple, but it's not as simple as you may think. So here is a lift brief, not an elevator, because I'm from the UK. In this session, you will learn how to import and composite 3D objects using Red Giant tools. In other words, I'll show you some things that you can do using basically Cinema 4D as a plugin for After Effects, how you can bake the animation, how you can, instead of just, I have a topic list. So we're going to start by baking an animated 3D models in Cinema 4D, which is a necessary step if you want to use Mir. Now, Mir is a very capable plugin, which can do a lot of stuff for you very elegantly, and I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about in a few minutes. I'll show you how to import and texture those 3D models inside, as well as how to use After Effects lights to basically light, texture, and add some reflections. And then we're going to do a different angle of 3D titles using DAO. So another tool from the Red Giant Trapcode family or category. We'll use VFX reflection to add reflections. So I'm just, telling you everything that I'm going to do. It's just, stealing my own thunder. At the end, we are going to do some comping with Super Comp, which is another great tool that you must use, a mandatory tool. I forced you to use it. And we'll finalize with some post effects. So basically, these are my slides. I'll hide Keynote, and I'm going to start by showing you the clip, which is going to be based, most of my presentation is going to be based upon this clip. So if you want to download it, you need to memorize the number here, or you can just use Adobe Stock and look for the name. So I'll switch to After Effects, where I already have this clip ready in a composition that I prepared while you weren't paying attention. And the only thing that I did is I reversed it. So instead of going outside of this cave, we're going into the cave. And this is because, as you saw before, I want to bring a 3D dragon flying inside. All right, so I'll escape out of full screen and show you that over here, if I'll select this composition and go to the effect controls, I already applied the 3D camera tracker effect, which is some sort of a black box inside After Effects. You go to the animation menu, you choose track camera, you wait a few moments, and then it's going to solve it for you. Meaning that now I can click on Create Camera, and everything that I'm going to place in this 3D scene is going to respond to the vanishing point of the camera. So for example, I already have this title over here, which is just a regular text. For those of you who are interested, this is Mr. Darcy, the name of the font, the bold version, of course. And because it is part of the 3D scene, it's now a 3D card, or 3D card in this case in space. We also see that there are few lights here. I'm going to return to them in a moment. But I want to bring the star of the show right now. So I want to go and hunt for a dragon. And if you don't get my jokes, it's totally fine. I have a very dry sense of humor. Make sure to stay hydrated. All right, this is just an example. There are going to be so many dead jokes here. Oh, you're going to hate me at the end. But for now, I'm just going to show you where I got the dragon model from. So this is from Sketchfab, and I guess the name of the guy is Al Diesel, or something along those lines. And you can just download it for free. And at the end of the presentation, I'll give you some links. So if you want, you will have everything written down for you. I'll switch to my favorite tool in the world, which is Cinema 4D. So already I have this model opened in Cinema 4D. So again, we can use this little playhead, or play, I guess. See the playhead. And this is the character rig-based dragon or animation. And the problem is that if we want to bring this into After Effects, we actually need to remove all the rigging and bake the keyframe, or actually keyframes in this case, to a point level animation keyframes. Otherwise, we won't be able to do this. So there are a few ways to work here. One way is, of course, to go to the File menu, choose Export, and then export, an OBJ sequence. Now, I'm all for this if you have plugins that can work with OBJ sequences. The problem is that we need to handle, in this case, probably more than 300 files, as you can see, because each frame is going to get its own 3D file, and then we need to re-import them and manage the entire thing. There is a better way or an alternative way to work, and this is using Mir. So we need to prepare the file so Mir can read it. And what I'll do here, and just again, just to show you, this is the splines. If I select the object, I've got this character rig with all of the things that are coming or were coming with the model. So I need to find a way to do this. And I need to thank also Noseman, which is the Wikipedia guide for everything concerning Cinema 4D. So every time I got stuck, I'm calling Thanasis, and he's always there for me. And now, through me, is helping you. So this is what you need to do. You need to actually bake these keyframes. So I'll right-click on it, and I'll start to actually type, and this is something really cool. You can just start to type if you know what you're after. I want to create a cache point, so I'll start to type cache, and then I'll grab the point cache, which is a tag, and of course you can look for it if you know where it is, but I don't care. I just want to cache the thing. So I'll go to the beginning, and this is very important because I need to store the cache from the first frame. I'll click on Store Cache, and then I'll need to calculate. So Cinema 4D basically is baking everything over here, and now by the end of this, it will look very, very scary, because what we have now is double the action. We have the point cache animation as well as the character rig. And this is basically redundant now. So I can remove this, and it's not enough, because everything is just part of this caching tag. We actually need to bake it so every single keyframe is going to have this point level animation. And to do this, you need to click on this diamond key, or the diamond, I don't know, timeline dope sheet. This is what we are going to see. And then just drag the model. Let me just make a bit more room here so it will be easier for me to work. So now I have the object over here. You can see no keyframes. This is still using the point cache. So I'll need to go to the function menu, and then, is it the function menu? I think it is. Bake objects, it is. And over here, I need to just tell it what I want. So I'm going to skip the create copy, and I don't need position and scale and rotation. The only thing which I'm after is actually this PLA. You can add other stuff if you want, but in my case, and in your case, if you want to use Mir, this should be enough. I'll click OK. I'll let the baking begin. And right now, we can see that we now have keyframes for each and every frame, meaning that we can say goodbye to actually this model. And the rig is gone now. You can see that it still flies, so we can actually use this and bring it to After Effects. So this is the preparation stage. I know I'm not even started, but it took me almost like 10 minutes, but it is important. And this is almost like a recipe. So every time you have something which is moving inside Cinema 4D and you're uncertain and you want to bring it as a single file to After Effects, you need to follow this. However, there is one more step. I'm just going to hide the timeline. We don't need to look at it right now. And this is very important. You need to save the project for Cineware, because Cineware is basically the bridge which connects all these things together. So you have Cineware for other applications, not only for After Effects, and this is going to help us bring the stuff into Mir. So you need to follow this, and then you need to place it wherever you want. So I'm just going to go to my favorite place in the world, which is the desktop. This is my folder. I can dig in as far as I want. I actually have this file over here, so I can, just replace it. Or I'm just going to cancel out. I don't want to bore you with render stuff and, saving stuff over here. So here inside the project panel, I'll bring a Finder window over here, and I'll drag this dragon dot, actually, in parentheses, Cineware.c4d to the project panel. I also want to drag the material, which is something that I'm getting for free after doing this export. So this is part of the Cineware thing that we did. So it's actually going to give you the materials that you are using. In my case, it's a normal as well as a diffuse material. I'm only going to use the diffuse in this case. All right, makes sense? Hopefully, yes. You are not responsive, so I'm going to assume you either get everything or you don't get nothing. But I got a thumbs up from one guy, and over the internet, I'm sure that you are getting me. So, hello. Okay, so we are going to just select those two guys here, drag and drop them to the timeline, which is automatically going to enable the Cineware effect, and believe it or not, I'll switch off the visibility for them. These are just going to be a utility layers, meaning I'll use them as a source for something else, which I'm going to create right now by pressing Command Y. This is the shortcut for a new solid. Make sure it is set to comp size. You can choose, this is where you get to be creative, any color you like, because it's going to disappear in a moment. So now, after this very long build-up, I'll go to Effect, Trapcode, and apply Mir version 3. And Mir is a 3D aware effect, so it reads the vanishing point of the camera. You can see by this little cube here. And if I'll drag the timeline, you can see that we have something, not something excited, but something to report home about. However, excuse me. Oh, After Effects, where did you go? I'll open up the geometry options, and instead of this base geometry, I'll switch it to 3D model. And now, under the 3D model settings, I need to tell it to use this dragon that I just exported out of Cinema. And here we have this dragon, and we can also check it is flying. It's very small, so let's go to the size and double the size by typing in 1000. I know you are surprised. Now, I'm going to also dress this guy by going to the texture options, and over here I can set the texture layer. So because I've got the UV mapped texture, automatically export using this Cineware service that I did previously from Cinema, I can just tell it to use this image as a texture. Now, the dragon right now is obeying the 3D environment because, again, Mir is a 3D effect or enabled, so you don't need to change the layer itself. But you can, there's like two ways to work, or at least two ways. One way to work is to create a null object, and if I'll click it, it will create this null which controls the dragon from the timeline. So I can use the 3D gizmo, this is the official name of it, by the way, and I can animate it however I like. But since I have a sixth sense when it comes to this project, and I know that it's not too complicated, I'm actually going to use instead, so I undo a few times, the position and rotation properties under the geometry of Mir. So I'll start by creating a keyframe at the beginning, or at the beginning over here. I'll set a position keyframe, and I happen to know that I want to take this dragon and make it fly from above the screen. So just to make things a little bit more fast, I'll type in -960, press tab to go to the Z, and then type in 700. So hopefully you can see it's over here. Then I'll go to the middle of my composition. It's also your composition as well because you are now with me. So our composition, and then I'll plug in some different values. So for the Y, this wants to be 75, and the Z or Z or Zod, if you're coming from DC Comics, is -1300. and then I'll go to the end. So this already looks very scary. But then again, I'll go to the end, and I'm going to leave the X as is. I'm going to lower this guy to maybe 30, and I want the dragon to pass by us. So I'll need to take this value and just drag it. And you can drag it until you run out of the table room, or you can also add shift and drag it faster. So this is going to multiply your mouse by 10. So something along those lines, I guess, will work. And I just want to show you, this is not cached yet, but in the recent versions of After Effects, if you are not going to do anything, so I'll leave After Effects ideal for like 8 seconds or so. So look, no hands, it's starting to cache automatically for me. So if I'm grabbing a coffee, tea, or whatever you are drinking, once you get back to the table, and this is why I like to use the mirror combination, it's already ready for you to start exploring it. And again, I think this is a very elegant way to work because we are only dealing with one file, and this file is still connected to Cinema. So if I need to do any amendments or change it, I can open the original, and I can do everything, and it's going to ripple through this composition. So hopefully you are with me here. I want to change, let's say, the rotate X. Let's go with 18, so it will do a little bit of an interesting number flying towards us. And I can animate other stuff. For example, rotate Y really wants to be -4 in this case. And again, I have some experience with it, so forgive me for just typing stuff. I arrived to those values by trial and error. So, you can do whatever you want here. All right, so let's just pause over here. And before we will continue, I'll close the things that I finished working with. I'll press Command S. This is a great keyboard shortcut, by the way. And then I can, I'll just enable the lighting because, again, this is a live 3D object that responds to light. And this is why I didn't want to bake it as something else or render the thing. Now, because I'm adding 3 lights are additive, it looks a little bit strange here. So we actually need to work on the material. I'll open up the material, and I want to call your attention to the fact that you have many presets to choose from. So you can, for example, use this really lovely wireframe look, which is going to be very difficult to achieve otherwise, unless you are 3D professional. And also check up the other stuff. Oh, I hate those things. So settings, general, and I'm going to tell After Effects not to show me coach marks. I can coach After Effects. I don't want it to coach me. Anyhow, we can use a lot of presets here. I'm going to just return to the default one, and I'll just fiddle with a few of the settings here. So first, I think I'm going to, let's see, take away the shininess, so the specular, I'll set it to 0, as well as the shininess over here. And of course, I can also play with the diffuse to make it darker or brighter. But before doing so, I want to also call your attention to the fact that we can make stuff reflect on this object. So this is the reflection and lighting. By default, it wants to use this built-in desert horizon, but we can tell it use a custom layer. And by custom, I can actually tell it to use the footage that I'm using over here. So if I'll take the reflectivity and work with it, it's now reflecting the water. Now, this is a very strange dragon. Most of the dragons are not so reflective. I just want to call your attention to the fact that we can do it. So I'll set the reflection roll-off all the way to 100. I can play with their reflection sharpness. But, the idea here is that you can make this very realistic without going back and forth between 2D and 3D until you arrive to the place that you are happy with what you are seeing. Now, I'm also here to tell you that by default, it won't render the final quality. You can see it's really fast, so I can already start to see it's almost like a game machine, which is crazy. But if you are satisfied with what you achieved, then do me a favor, open up the rendering section and change the super sample to at least 16 times. And this is going to make sure that everything looks as best as it could be. And of course, you can go even higher than that. So basically, under the hood, what it does, it scales up the object and then scales it down to create a much more nicer render without, or flicker-free render. Let's just call it like this. And you can see it doesn't really harm the performance. All right, so far, so good. Now, I want to convert this title that I've created, which is currently a card in 3D space, to 3D title. And I want to do something that hopefully you haven't seen before. So what I'll do is I'll go to the beginning, because now I can see the layer. And I'm going to use DAO to create the titles. Now, in order to use DAO, I actually need to feed the plugin with masks, or lights, or some built-in polygon. So the first move that I'll do here is right-click on the layer, and from the Create options, I'll choose Create Masks from Text, which is very difficult for me to pronounce. Masks. Anyhow, so this is it. I'll name it, for the purpose of this, to even 3 letters I can't spell. Look at me. So DAO. And then just to show you what we got, I'll temporarily convert this layer to 3D. So we can see we have those masks automatically generated for us. So this is now something that I can feed into the DAO plugin. So I'll select the layer, and then under Effect, Trap Code, I'll apply DAO. I know it looks strange, so let's just move our cursor so we can see something more meaningful. And I'm also going to, you know what, I'll just leave it like this, it's good. But I will open the path generator, tick it off, because I don't need to see any path. I'm not interested in creating something from light, so I'll switch this guy also off. And this is what I'm using. So you can see that by default, it will take under account all the masks, and all the 3D geometry is going to be taken care of automatically. Now, we do need to open this segment option, and maybe add more segments, so the resolution, the render, is going to be higher. So let's just make it round and nice, 500, why not? And then I'll reduce the size, so I can create something which looks, I think, better. So probably around 40, and then for the size X, 30. And this is something, again, as far as I know, it's very difficult to create it using built-in tools inside After Effects. So this is why I'm showing you another way to work. Now, I think I can even make it more nicer by closing a few of the things that I finished messing with, and show you that I can actually texture this guy. So I'll open up the textures, and this is the same method. So if you know one plugin, you already know where I'm taking it. I can take the color texture, for example, from the video that I have here. And because this is basically just wrapping the texture around the model, I can use the texture offset. So I'll click and start to drag until I see something which looks correct. Now, this is totally cheat. It's not real 360 HDR image. It's just something that we are using with 2D layers to create the illusion that this is really in the correct place. It's not in the correct place, but at least it reflects the correct thing. So I'll close the texture, I'll return back to the path from masks, and I just need to push it back to where it wants to be, because obviously this is just generating the 3D-ness in the middle, 3D-ness, I'm not sure if this is a word, in the middle of the screen. So I'm just going to drag it so it will be back to where it was before. And again, I'm eyeballing it for you because I don't want to be so, I don't know, predictable, compulsive. You will choose the word. So something along those lines, I think looks great, but you can, you can have it your way. And already this starts to look really impressive. However, we are missing the reflections. So just imagine, walk with me here, that we do have a dragon and a title floating above this cave. They should reflect in the water, right? So let's recreate these reflections. Let's tell Tao thank you and goodbye. Before we are going to thank Tao, let's open up the rendering and we'll do the same thing. We are going to make it render much nicer. Hopefully you can see this. If not, I'll zoom in, and now you can see this looks really nice. All right, so I'll close the plugin. I'll go now to Effect, and this time I'll visit the VFX category, and I'll choose Reflection, which is a 2D cheat again, but super cool to create reflections based on the layer upstairs in this case. So all I need to do is, let's just start from the beginning so it will be easier for me to show you, is take this and place it in this imaginary plane and just work with those start and end axis as well as the slant and height. I'm going to also create keyframes here to create something which looks correct. It's going to be better in a moment because I can change the opacity to, let's say, something else like 40, and I can also turn on the softness so it will look a little bit better. However, we are missing the nice refractions or caustics that we're seeing in the water. Not to worry. I mean, you can worry, but then, you know, stop worrying, because over here we have a displacement option. And for the displacement map, I can again select the same video that I used before, and this is going to serve as a displacement right after I start to move those horizontal and vertical sliders. So something along those lines. Hopefully you can see the contribution of it. So all I need to do right now is just animate those things, because these are not connected to the 3D object. This is just 2D stuff. So I'm moving 2 seconds ahead, and it's going to be very, very interesting, almost more interesting than to see paint dries. So yeah, you need to suffer now with me. We are going to just move this. It's not such a big deal. If you have something more important to do, this is your time for your second screen content, but I'm just trying to make it as less painful as possible. All right, so this is it. So now we have the reflection, which I think looks quite convincing. However, we also need to reflect the dragon. So we did all of the heavy lifting already. I'll make sure to select the reflection plugin. I'll go to edit. I'll choose copy. You can also do Command or Control C. I know you know this. I'll take the mirror layer. I'll place it underneath tau. No, maybe above it, because I want the dragon to be above. And I'm just going to paste the same effect. And with any luck, you can see that we have a nice reflection of the dragon on top of the water, using all of the things that we worked so hard, or at least I worked so hard to achieve. So now I can just start to cache those files and see if this works for me or not. And we're going to wait for it for a few moments. And the reason that I'm rendering in front of you, one, is because I need to drink something, and two, is because I want you to see how fast it is. So this is actually something that you can work when the client is breathing behind your neck. This is why I love this so much. I also love the fact that we can see the dragon's tail just going outside of the comp. Let me just maximize the comp viewer so we can enjoy it, as well as press Shift and question mark to fit the viewer. So let's just take a look at it a few times. I think it looks decent, let's say good enough for government, but it's not the best in the world, right? So we need to make a few amendments and you know, try to see how we can make it better. And by better, I mean how to meld all the different elements together so they are going to look as convincing as possible. So what I'll do here is I'm going to use Super Comp. Now, in case you haven't heard about it, this is basically a software inside a software. So these days, both Cinema 4D and After Effects are actually a platform. So they are not only just software. They can run other applications inside. And you can do a lot of stuff using those tools that the main application can't do. This is the purpose of plugins. So plugins are not just like macros or actions. They can do other stuff that the applications can do. And this is why I just want to warn you what I'm going to do. So I'll select the layers that I want to take into this Super Comp environment by selecting this one, command clicking on the thou layer, and then the video layer underneath, which is the background. I'll go to Effect, and from the same category that I showed you before, I'll apply Super Comp. Now, if this is the first time you run Super Comp, it's coming as a floating window above everything, right? So you can either work like this, or you can click and hold, and then just dock it into the interface. I'll make more room for it so we can see how this works. Of course, we can also give ourselves a little bit more room. And of course, it references all the layers. Now, the big deal with SuperComp is that it is aware of everything automatically. So you don't need to worry about creating pre-comps or hacking After Effects for it to work. Let me demonstrate what I'm actually referring to. I'll move my current time indicator to, let's say, over here, when we have a close-up of the dragon. And you can see the colors are not really matching between the original 3D model with its materials and the background. So obviously, I've got tools inside After Effects which can help me. However, I can also click on this plus, and from this spiral wheel, I can select few things which are going to do the heavy lifting for me. One of them is the color correction tool. And again, I just want to show you, you have control for everything: saturation, exposure, temperature, tint, the 3 wheels. But this is the magic button. You can just click on match background, and it's just going to use this frame and calculate the correct atmosphere and move those wheels. Sorry, I'm just going to click it again because obviously I clicked somewhere else. And hopefully you can now see that now it looks much more in the same environment, so much more melted into the shot. And of course, this is sensitive. It's almost like parenting in After Effects. It's sensitive to where you click on it. So if I did the same thing over here, it's going to match it, and I just want to articulate it, it's going to match it differently. So now you can see my dragon is looking more in line with the beginning or the colors, or the average colors, I would say, of this composition, and this is just going to stick around. Obviously, we can keyframe stuff, but I just want you to be aware that this is sensitive to the place or the point that you clicked on it time-wise. Yes, there is a question. If I want to keyframe it, there are options to keyframe stuff. I'll get to it in a moment, but this is a great question. I'll give you also few few minutes. I'll give you as many minutes as you want for Q&A at the end. But for now, I'll need to continue with my spiel. So I'll get to the keyframing in a moment. But I would like to go back to this place. And because it is changing basically the exposure, we should have a really, really apparent light wrapping around the dragon when it enters the cave. And again, it's a bit of a challenge to do this only with the built-in tools. But what I need to do right now is just return to the same menu, and I've got plenty of tools to choose from. I'll just use light wrapping, and automatically everything is going to be set up for me. Now, light wrapping is different than color correction, meaning that it is sampling the background every time. If I'll go over here, let's go over here, for example, you'll see I'm getting less light wrapping because it is not actually the render engine doesn't need to light wrap everything that it is seeing over here. So this is why I love SuperComp so much. It can save you so much time. And just I want to show you like the before and after. You've got these switches over here that you can turn on and off effects, or if you want the entire SuperComp layer, which is just a solid layer above everything. So let's not just be babies and satisfied with just 2 effects. Let's take it even more further. So I'll click on the DAO layer, and this one wants to have an optical glow. And of course, this is over the top, so I can reduce the amount. Let's go with 10, and probably the size can be as low as 5 or 3, something along those lines. Maybe 3 should be good enough. And again, I'm going to check it in few different places. Already, it looks much more believable. And the only thing I think I need to do here is to basically merge everything even better together. So this time, I'm going to give a little bit love to the background layer by, again, clicking on this carousel, and I'll select the diffusion, which is almost like blurring everything according to what it sees in the upper level. So it's like an opposite way of blurring. And you can play with the density and the size. But I found out that leaving those things on their own with the default settings usually works best. Now, if we want to animate those stuff, there is a way to click on these things. Sorry, this is not the thing. This is the preset. So I just want to call out the fact that you can call some, presets and check how this look with how this is going to look with a foggy background, for example, or ray or haze. And I really love the fact that all you need to do is just hover around those things, and this is it. But if you really want to keyframe this, then you can right-click, and then you can add a keyframe on the values itself. You can see that you can just click on it, and this means that it's going to create keyframes underneath the super comp, so you can, of course, ease them in the timeline. So it's a bit of a hidden feature, but just hover on top of it, and you will see it. And while I was talking, it's already finished to render the entire thing. The only thing which is missing, unfortunately, as far as I know, Mir and DAO doesn't support motion blur. So this is the only thing that we need to add as an addition step or addition move. So I'm just going to return to the effect controls. And what I'll do is go to the beginning. I'll make sure nothing is selected. So a quick keyboard shortcut for doing this is F2, which is working across the entire Adobe ecosystem. And then I'll go to the layer menu, and I'll create an adjustment layer. You can name your adjustment layers. I'm just going to name it Look, and doesn't have any relationship with Star Wars, just in case you are wondering. It's not even spelled the same way. And the first thing that I can do is and this is depending on what you have. So if you have access to this really, really cool tool, it's not from Maxon, but as you can see, they have it installed over here. It's the Revision plugin, Real Smart Motion Blur. This is the best synthetic motion blur in the business. However, if you can't reach your wallet and you want something free, then go under Time, and from the Time category, you have two options built into the application. This is a very good one, but it will bring your computer down on its knees. This is the CC Force Motion Blur. I'm just going to go with the Pixel Motion Blur. And I'm going to take the shutter samples maybe to 15. I'll move my current time indicator over here, and hopefully you can see that it's going to render motion blur after the fact. Now I can add additional motion blur if I want, so the bigger number I'm going to plug in, the more motion blur I will have. But this is just going to help smear all the elements together, and when you put it on top of everything, there you go. It's super easy. Now, on top of what we are seeing over here, we can do our final compositing effect. For example, we can go again to the effect menu, and I'm just going to use this single adjustment layer, but of course you can do separate adjustment layers for each one of them. And what I'm looking for is the magic bullet category, obviously, and there are two things that I always use. One of them is looks, the other one is renoiser. I'll start with looks, and again, remember that I told you that After Effects is a platform and it runs other applications inside. This is a great way to show you that I didn't lie. So if I'll go into the plugin and I'll move into the looks category, I can see that I have plenty of built-in looks to choose from. So I don't even need to understand how this works. I only need to know how to browse. If I'll, let's say, for example, click on this one, it will just populate everything underneath with all the tools. And of course, each one of these has its own controls that you can, fiddle with. It's not the look that I'm after. I'm just going to show you something which is relatively new with the latest release. And this is this strength option. So this one, if I'm going to take it and move it down, in the previous version, it actually didn't work as you expect. It worked more like an opacity slider. But right now, this is like a master controller that will allow you to change the opacity. I'm not sure if opacity is the right word, but the volume, I guess, of each and every one of these tools. So it works really nicely if you just arrive to a look that you're after and you just want to dial it up or down. The last thing that I'll do is back in the magic bullet category, which is a renoiser, right? And this is just to make sure that everything looks more connected because we have synthetic elements from 3D which looks very sharp, very crisp. Sometimes they are going to flicker, and we are integrating them with video. So of course we have some motion blur and other stuff working along for us, working together for us, but it's always a good idea to add some noise. So grain or noise. You know the difference between grain and noise. So grain is for film, noise is for video. That's it. It's the same thing. So we actually need to call it video noise, but grain is what we're after. So you've got plenty of presets to choose from. Again, go ahead and test them so you can see. Hopefully this is like, you know, Super 8. It's too much for what I need. I'll stick with the modern master and maybe just raise the, I don't know, grain amount, let's say to 50. And you may or may not be able to see it through, obviously, the YouTube compression or what you are seeing on the projector. But trust me, it will add a nice layer that will melt everything together. And because I know your time is precious, I'm actually going to open the final version that I already rendered ahead of time. And I'll maximize the composition panel, and I'm just going to preview it so you can see how everything works in concert. And you must agree that with some very simple techniques and tools, we've managed to create a very convincing scene, almost with zero knowledge in 3D. So hopefully it was a fruitful experience. I want to show you a few more slides, and then we are going to separate. So first of all, thank you. Here is a great deal for you. Sign into my YouTube channel, like, subscribe, and I will deliver every week a new tutorial. You can't argue with free stuff, right? If you want access to everything I did, you can scan this QR code, and you have more than 30 full-length courses on my website. So go ahead, use and abuse. Thank you so much. I'm sticking here for questions. So,
yeah. All right. Do we have any questions for Eran? I think you did it. I think you were thorough again. Yeah. That was the problem. You just actually explained everything so well that they just get it, and that happens sometime. Awesome. Well, if you do have more questions, Ron, you're going to be here tomorrow, right?
I am.
We have another
presentation.
New presentation tomorrow. So check them out. Then, as well as stay tuned, because after our next press, we have 2 more presenters. So we have 2 more presenters after this. So stay tuned, and we'll catch you after this, Internet. See you then.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new, meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
After this. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Winding up day one here at NAB NYC 2023. I'm Matthias Omatola, a.k.a. Major VFX. And remember, for those of you who are just tuning in, throughout Europe, we're going to be on tour for the DAT, the Design Animation Tour with MoGraph.com. So you can check us out there. We're winding down to our last two presenters, but things are going to get really pretty here. Up next, get ready. Let's give a big round of applause for Sarah Chocoley.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us here today. It's a great pleasure to be here to share with you a little bit about my experience. So thank you. Thank you, Maxon, for providing this platform and making all this happen. I'm Sarah Chocoley, and a little bit about me. I am a motion designer at Grand Army, and I'm also a bad earring designer, as you see here. I grew up in a city that is known as the home of peace, Baghdad, but not during my time. My time was like impacted by uncertainty and conflict, and those experiences allowed me to search, always learn to search about the beauty in the chaos, and to imagine beyond my surroundings, and to use art as a way to express. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how you can utilize your camera photos in order to recreate experiences for your personal or passion projects. Before we start, I have a question for you. Do you have plans for a passion project? If you do, please raise your hand. Okay, cool. So there's a lot of people here that have plans for a passion project. And my following question is, do you find it challenging to start or to finish your passion project? Okay, the same hands raised. Okay, awesome. So I'm not alone here, and you're not alone. I do also experience the same as well. That's why I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about how you can use your camera photos in order to enrich your passion project. So personally, when it comes to a passion project, my process is either go right into sketching or open the software and start experiment with it. And this intuitive process can be helpful, but at some point I just hit a wall and life just happened. And you know, we're all experiencing this world and how things can be shifted. So at such a certain time, I needed a backup process, a process that is more of a straightforward, that I can depend on it when I'm coming into like such a certain time. And on a rainy day in New York City, just like any other weekend, I had to stay at home. So I really wanted to finish my passion project, and for me, I wanted to like go into my my past experiences and make it the fuel for my new one. So I started to take mood boards, create a mood board based on my previous experiences, based on my images. And I do have a question for you. Do you use images for your passion projects? Okay, so some people you do, some personally, as I mentioned, I don't use it, but I can use my own photos for my passionate project. So I went there and decided to have a specific amount of images. The reason that I decided to have a specific amount of images is instead of having a vague, like a vague amount of just having a lot of images, I just needed a limited, like around 30, in order for me to concentrate my what I'm trying to do. And I also had an intention before like going and diving into my personal project. So my intention here was to actually find an images that talks about everyday life, like and images that I took when I was walking back home or when I was going to the work. So it's all like things that happen on a routine. So those images, since I stopped and I just had a moment to like grab my phone and take a picture of it, it means there's something about it that captured my my eyes and my heart as well. So there is some like this moment I decided to it's like I decided to send it to my future self to see it later, to see I just experienced this. Can you experience it again? So I want to like actually value those moments and recreate part of it. So important questions like to ask when we are actually working on when we are working on these mood boards is to ask, like, there's a question whenever we write down their answers, those gonna be the fuel for our projects, for our passionate projects. Questions like, why did I capture it? Like, what makes me stop and capture this image? Is it the atmosphere? Is it the story? And another question to ask, what elements moved me about this picture? And here where we go more into details, like what is there a lighting, a specific lighting and reflections that happened in the image that actually was revealed, like opened my heart? Or is it something that more about the material itself? Or is it just like the story of it? So if we write those, like the answers for it, we have answers for our passion project. Now we could actually start to build assets based on it. I'm gonna share with you a little bit of experiments that I did. So this is a collection of images that I had. It's just like, I'm not a great photographer, I'm really bad. And when it comes to like this exercise, I'm not trying to like make the good photos. I'm trying to get into the moments that they were actually opening my heart at that moment. And it was actually something, there is elements into it that is, that I can recreate in Cinema 4D. So yes, I do have a lot of flowers. I love how the motion of the flowers, no matter how variety we have, we actually can have like the motion of it, it's always the same, which is the opening. That's where we are gonna like dive into in details for today, how to create variety of flowers. And that's the work in Cinema 4D. But for now, I'm gonna just share my really bad sketch. It's barely there. it's just communication for myself that I needed these elements. You can see that I wrote a little bit notes with my really bad handwriting. I'm just adding, I'm just being informative for myself. This is what I liked about the picture, and I'm gonna use these tools in Cinema 4D in order to recreate this experience. So how this is turned up, it's turned into this video. And now we're gonna dive into Cinema 4D to discover more about how to actually create these moments. So before we actually create anything about the flower itself, I just wanted to share with you a default file, Cinema 4D file that I use. And in this default file, I have because I don't want to organize, I have to organize it every time, but I want to have a structure. Every time I open Cinema 4D, I have a structure for it. So the way that I do it, I have color-coded nulls like this with all the lights that happen. I do have one light and one camera for the preview. And I know that I'm going to use a lot of light target. So I have the light target as well and camera target that I could use it later. I also have a few layers. All these are coded with layers. And if you can see, there's a red layer that called archive. And this red layer, it's not visible here. We will talk a little bit more about this one, but it's basically the main benefits of this one is to create some sort of, whenever I have a spline that I know that might be handy later. So I'm gonna use it later, but for now, I just don't wanna see it in my folder. I'm just gonna enable it and not see it. So let's dive in how, another note before I dive in, I wanna show you also I do have a rendering settings. And I have a preview video still. You can customize it the way. This is what works for me. I usually end up actually changing, but having those three can actually help me to not spend a lot of time just to recreate them. And I can differentiate between the preview and the render or the video or the still that I have. So let's start with creating the flower. This is my plane. I start with just a plane. Okay, this is not the keyword. For the plane, I'm not gonna use 400. That's too much. So I'm gonna just use 10 by 10. And I don't need any other subdivision because I'm gonna subdivide it. And I'm gonna see the wireframes of it, the wireframes of it, and the wireframes. Okay, this is not. That's when when the Mac is not the same. The Alt and Control is not the same place. Okay, so when I open the subdivision for it and see that how many subdivision are happening here, actually it's not quite. Sorry. This is my. This is the file that this is the plane that I'm gonna create the battle of it, and I subdivided into 4, but I wanted to have this rotational feeling into it. By click and see, I do have this as it is right now. So I'm gonna scale it. Maybe 50. I hold shift in order to have it exactly to 150 instead of guessing around. I'm not gonna rename it yet because I might need to do another step. So I'm gonna use spline wrap, and the spline wrap is gonna be around my mouse spline. So this mouse spline is really handy when it comes to creating flowers, but it's very long. At this moment, it's 200. I only need 10. I created my plane to be 10. So 10 is enough. I want to maybe create 5 petals, And then in the rotational, I'm gonna just rotate it all over the place, and this is gonna be rotated. Okay, so I have this. It's gonna be my petal control. And this is gonna be my petal geo. So as we have this, I want to have a little bit of wavy here. So in order to get that, I would use displacer. And in the displacer, I don't need 10 because that's the whole thing. So I'm gonna create 2. And in the shading, I'm gonna use noise. And in the noise, I'm gonna have this into 0 and dial down this until I get the pleased amount that I needed here. So it looks really, really messy, but that's okay because we're gonna use a different, we're gonna smooth it later. But for now, this is okay. So I don't wanna have it all the way wavy. So in order for me to have it just part of it, I'm gonna use the linear field and I'm gonna use it on Z. And this is like really large at this moment, so I'm gonna have it around this. Okay, I do have the petal now. Sorry. I do have the petal, I do have the control. Now it's just the time that I'm just gonna use the supply wrap to go over this petal. And I'm gonna do it like this. Amazing, right? This is a very nice flower, right? In order to actually change this, I can actually control the shape of it with the size. And I love how much control I can get from here. At this moment, it's not doing it. This is the amount that I don't need here. And I love how much I can actually control it over here. I can make another make another subline here and add like a little bit of rotation here and like change it in a way that I could change it. When I want to control it, I named my mouse subline as a pedal control. So in the bend, or you can always have your own way to control it, but personally I really like using the bend as a way to control it. So let's say I want to start with a little bit less than around maybe around this, and then I'll go into make it like this. I actually had to do the opposite, sorry. So this is my flower opening. Okay, but at this moment, there's a little bit of like wacky things that happen that I don't actually need. So in order to like smooth it, I'm not gonna use the smooth because I might end up actually using this flower a lot. The other way to do it is to use RS object and use the override here and use the tessellation in order to make it smooth. It's not gonna look like smooth in my viewport because in order to see it, I have to actually see it from the RS view. You can see it's actually smooth. But there is like this moment that there is a few things that happening that I don't like. And in order to actually change this, I can use the offset here and just offset it. Or I can actually change the size of it here and just make it until I get the desired result. And now at this moment, it's just only one petal. What if I wanted like multiple petals? So I wanted layers of flowers. What is the way to do it for this one? For me, I go into like grouping those together and like name them. Maybe this is the bottom petal. and then just go and duplicate it into top. So I have two, but I want to differentiate the next one in a way that is more coming together when we when it's closed, around maybe 170, and then when it's opened, I want it to be a little bit like this, like barely opening. And I also want to change a little bit about the shape of it. So for example, here, I want to have it more like edgy here. So I do have two, but is that enough? Maybe I want to have like around 5 levels instead of 2. So how to actually use this is to create, sorry, what have I done here? Sorry. In order to actually do this here, we can use the cloner and put them all both together. At this moment, it's not working because my cloner is working on a grid. In order to make it work, I have to do it on the linear. And in the linear, I'm gonna change the, because at this moment it's doing the linear in this way, I wanted to have it on 0. I don't wanna have any connection here. But still it's not working well. No matter how I'm adding details, adding counts, it's not actually doing layers. The reason behind it, because I'm not using the blend in the clones. Whenever I use the blend, now it's blending for me. If we see it from this side, we can see how this is actually blending. And if I rotate it a little bit, it will give it this feeling of being like rotated that way and blended. And no matter how much I increase it, if we go and see it like this, we would see how the flowers is actually opening. At this moment, I'm just gonna keep it to 5, and I'm gonna create a lighting. And since I have this here, I'm just gonna grab it into my geo. And at this moment, I already have a default lighting that I don't wanna use. I'm just gonna use a spotlight light, and the spotlight light is going nowhere. I'm gonna add a target for it in order to target my light here. Where is the position here? At this moment, this is all zeroed, so the position is here, and that's perfect for it. But if I wanted to change it, I can actually use the displacer and put it in the place that I wanna have the target for it. Okay, so here's my my beautiful light. If we go into reviewing it in our RS, we're gonna see a really blown image. Like, that's not great. That's not right at all. So in order to actually make it work, I have to adjust like the shape of it. Maybe make it like a little bit like this. And personally, I don't like the spotlight by itself. I always use gobos with the spotlight because gobos give it a different. If we go to my like my mood board, there's a lot of gobos happening in real life, and I always try to capture it. So in order to actually use it, I usually use gobos by GSG and apply it into it. Should be working soon. I'm just gonna close this here. There's a lot of gobos happening here, and I'll show you how this could actually transform the photo. It just make it nicer, make it like, especially like around this, make it like totally different, like without it, like let's see it again without it. Let's save this and then see it without the picture. So this is without it. And we can see how different this is making our picture. It's just totally give it different depth. Sometimes I like, especially for a flower, I like to have a little bit for I like to customize my gobos as well. But for now, I'm gonna just use the abstract here, the second one, which is I really love. I use a lot. Okay, so for now, that's all with the lighting. I like to create the lighting before jumping into the materials because for me, the most essential part about a great render is the lighting. And once the lighting is done, that's where like my materials is gonna be affected by the flowers. So in order to create a material here, I'm gonna use standard. And I want to have those moments, the edgy moment. Let's go back to NA and let's just not let the light be a part of this. I can change it either here or I can change it through the filter view, but I'm just gonna use this for now. I want those parts where it's actually like some sort of waviness that I created with the displacer. I want it to be lit. And in order to do that, I'm gonna use curvature. Are you familiar with the use of curvature? So curvature, what it does, it takes those edges and like, it just defines the edges of the, that I want of the material. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have it, but I'm not gonna, it doesn't have any color. It's more of like a mask. I'm gonna use it as a mask. So I'm gonna use color layer, and then I'm gonna use ramp. So this is my ramp. This is where I'm gonna have the color of those edges over here. Let's see. Let's put like something like more of yellow, and put it into the color, and then have the curvature be the mask of it. And let's put it directly into the output and see the results. I want to see it on my petals. So I'm not gonna, let's say geometry only for now, and then go and see it in my render and see how this is gonna turn. Let me see how I'm seeing the like the light. This is the light that's happening, but since everything else is black, it's just showing me where the light. I can like put this one here and start to like a little bit change about the radius here. I can also change the bias and the gain of it in order to like get it more dramatic or more faded. Once I get this one, I'm not liking this yellow. Once I get this one, I start to complete the my material. My material here, I like to have it a little bit around this color. And this one, I'm gonna use it for my emission. So it's gonna be for the color of the emission. And my emission is gonna be around maybe one. One is enough for now. So I do have this, like this is gonna be my emission, and those points that we saw there, it's gonna be lit in the image. So in order, I'd like to have like those moments to be faded. So in order to do that, I'm gonna do the following, which just simply using a ramp, and in my ramp, it's gonna be into white, maybe around here, and then just have it into opacity. And now I have this. I think I exaggerated the opacity here, but here we go. If we go now into my RS, this is what we're seeing. And I can always go, and maybe I do have one to like make it more dramatic, like this. And we can see how this is actually changing and creating the like the shape of it and make it fade by the end of it. So what can I do in order to fill it with the stigma? I think that's the name, is it? The stigma, which inside the flower. So for me, I like to use this sphere a lot when it comes to filling the flower. I'll use only 1 centimeter, and I don't need all this amount of segments. I need only 16, but I'm not gonna use the standard. I'm gonna use the hemisphere. So if we see it now, if we just solo it, it's nothing at this moment. But in order to give it a little bit of depth, I am gonna use extrude. Whoa, that's a lot. I only need 1, and I only need around 0.3 here. That's it. But I want this to be smooth as well. So do I go and smooth it? Like with subdivision? No, of course. We have the tag here, the RS tag here. That's how I do it. I just don't want to have a lot of mesh inside. Especially thinking about like maybe later I do have this, and maybe I could just have them all together and then bake it as alembic and then reuse it again. Reuse it as much as I could. So it's basically creating assets with those flowers. So if we go and create a material for this one as well, I'm gonna make it a little bit of something that it has a refraction into it. So I'm gonna pull this up and maybe have a little bit of roughness as well. And that's gonna be my my color, my material here. In order to like actually, if I wanted to have like this spectrum, this dispersion, I can just open up the dispersion here. But I don't actually need it at this moment. It's not part of the aesthetics anyway. So I'm just gonna keep it as it is. I can also drive it with some light. And by light, I mean emission, like this. Have it to my overall and emission. But at this moment, emission is not gonna work. My emission is here. It's not gonna work until I actually open this and start to increase it. So now I have my flower. I have, I'm gonna render it and see how it's gonna look. Well, it's gonna need time to be rendered. So I already went ahead and like created an an already rendered one. This is using the same technique. What I did here is just I scattered using RS scatter. You can do it here. Like if I wanted to scatter things around this and make it lit as well, the way to do it is using RS scatter. And then in this scatter, I would use object, and I'm gonna use maybe geo, the whole geo, or maybe not geo, just the cloner at this moment, which is the flower petals. And this is I think it's not sure about the name exactly, but this is how I uses the scatter, and in the particles I'm gonna use the point instance, and this is like really large, so I'm gonna just use 0.1 and add maybe, let's just try this and see how this is gonna look like. we see that it's now scattered, but it's somehow it's scattered in a very very not organic way. It's very scattered in because it's using the count here, and when I increase it, it's just using all these scattered. So I can change it here, and I can use effector like random effector just to change make it more organic. At this moment, I'm gonna skip it because I have other flowers to create, and just go into After Effects and make it like this scene. I wanna make it look more more cinematic, more beautiful than what it is at this moment. I feel like the colors is not there yet. So in order to do this, I'm gonna also use looks. Here, I know we already used looks in a different presentation, but this looks, I'm gonna use, for it, I'm gonna use our RG magic bullet, and I'm gonna also use looks. But when we open this, there is those ready to be used. I personally don't use it. What I love mostly about looks is the tools that I could use here. Like, for example, I use a lot of optical diffusion. And in the optical diffusion, I would change the glow of it or the density of it. That's what I am mostly interested. I can also have some vintage into it as well. And I can change the colors if I'd like to, in the color corrections here. With channel mixer, I wanted to have a little bit more red into it. And that's how I actually transformed it from this into this. It gives it a lot of dramatic, made it more cinematic in terms of the lighting itself. So that's the part where we're using more of a realistic one. But what if I wanted, I don't want to have this mess again. What if I wanted to create more of an abstracted flower? That's what I liked about the flowers. It's the variety of it. There is unlimited possibilities for the petals to be created. So another way to do it, I'm going to show you here that when I was diving into my photos, I found that I actually do doodles sometimes, and I take picture of my doodles. And those doodles is just not they don't have any meaning. It's just I doodle when I'm waiting for a render or anything. So those doodles, I can actually utilize them and use them inside Cinema 4D. And the way to do it, I can use it. I'm gonna open Illustrator and just trace this image here that I have. In order to do it, I'm just gonna have my image here. So it's a large image. I don't need all these doodles. I just want this part, for example. So you can see there's this ask here to trace it, but I don't want to trace it all. In fact, before I go here, I'd like to have my window to be arranged, my workspace to be printing. Yes. In fact, what I want to do is trace only this image. So I'm just going to crop it. And then just hit trace image. It's going to trace it to me. But there is a lot of joggy moments happening here. So in order to control the tracing, there is image tracing here that I can change the threshold of it. And then I can change the amount of the paths that I'm using. And you see it's getting cleaner. And I can also just ignore white. I just won't have the black of it. And in order to get in order to get it to be actually used, at this moment it's raised. It's not actually being used. In order to get it into it, I am gonna use expand, and that now I have the spline, and I can change that through actually changing I can clean it through simplify, and then just make it smoother. But there's moments that I need to clean it more. And for now, I'm not gonna do that because I already cleaned it. I just wanna complete work in here. I have a version where it's clean, and this version is gonna be here. Here, I do already have it. At this moment, it's reading it as AI file. I don't need it as AI. I need it as a fill. So I'm just going to get this one here and use this. The fill here, it's really minimized, so I'm just going to have it into 1. And in order for me to actually use this, I'm going to use it with volume measure. Yes, I know. Volume measure sounds crazy, or not crazy. It's more of scary for some people, but it's not. It's not really. Especially nowadays, volume measure can be really powerful. So I use the volume builder and the volume measure together. And in the volume measure, I just added 0.1 just to make it less. I'm gonna use around 0.4 to see the results. So the results are, the results now, it's still very much there is a lot of going on. Maybe if I had it into 0.1, would actually work. Somehow it's working. What I need in order to get into some smoothness here, I can either do the caps here, or I can go here and do the smooth, or I can do both. So now this sketch here, it's just a sketch here. It's actually a 3D element here. So in order to actually get used to it, to actually utilize this one, I'm not gonna use the volume measure. I'm gonna go and make it into an object, and this volume measure, I'm just gonna close it all. I'm gonna close it all. I don't need it. This is it's very important to enable it before actually and enable the visibility. So now, if we open the if we hit NB, that's a lot of polygons. I don't need these polygons. Luckily, there is remesh. Remesh, if I go and make it maybe 5%, it's gonna take a little bit time to calculate it and make it into mesh. Now, somehow it's I think that's good. There is some moments here, but that's okay. There is always a way to use the RS object and make it smooth. Okay, so I do have this I do have this one now. How I'm gonna use it? I'm gonna just use the same technique in order to make it into flower. I'm gonna use the multipline, make it into 10, have maybe 10 here. Just did the same thing, and maybe here I'm gonna have it into 30 instead of 10. And again, I'm not gonna, I don't need any displacer here. I just need the spline wrap. And in the spline wrap, I'm gonna have my petal control. Take my spline wrap, and boom. It's not the look that I'm looking for, because here I'm not using X plus. But if I go and use Y or Z, Z is not working at all, but Y it's working. But I need an additional step in order to make it working. For me, at this moment, it's just like doing this part, and I don't like this. I wanted to have more of rotational part into it, and the way to rotate it, I use this one here, rotational inside the supply wrap. That's why I love the supply wrap, because it gives me all these tools that I can actually change in order to make it look the way that I want. So here I'm not gonna use, maybe 50 would be nice. So I have 50, and I can offset it a little bit. And if we go here, this is our Halloween flower here. I can like just make it like this. Ooh, and this is my flower. And how did I animate it? I ended up animating it here, and you can see it right over here. We're gonna talk a little bit about how to use that in After Effects. Whoops. So this is another way to actually utilize your own doodles in order to like make it into 3D and like make it into this flower. Another way to actually create this flower, I would use also tracer. I'm a huge fan of a tracer. It's always fun, not necessarily like the best way to model, but it's always, for me, it's always the funniest way to model. So in order to use a tracer, I'm just gonna have a tracer. When you hit a tracer, it's gonna have it here. I'm not gonna have it here. I'm gonna have it over like after the object that I'm trying to trace, because after Cinema 4D needs to read the object that I'm tracing and then the tracer itself. So I have this here, and I'm gonna go in the y-axis. I'm gonna go from this place into maybe 30. Oh, 30 is, sorry, 80. 80 is good. I can do 100. And I also want to rotate it. So from here into 360. I might make it a little bit. Oh, there's something that I missed here. I should have this into 20 and 10 instead of like that. That is too much. That's why it's making it back. So now I can actually bring it back into 60. So it's going from 0 to 60 and rotating all around and creating this object for me, which it's not like, I want to tweak it a little bit. For now, I'm going to have this start as 20 and go into, like when it goes here, into 0. So if we see it from here, I think I like it. I think this could potentially be another petal. So what I'm gonna do, just current state to an object, and then here I have my new petal. I'm gonna change a little bit about the direction of it, and I want it to have a flat. You might think, well, how this is gonna work. Well, I'm not gonna use the same exact path. I'm gonna use something different, because I'm gonna sweep it with a circle, and in my circle I'm gonna have it into 1 or maybe 0.5. You can use it like this, but I personally don't like when it comes like to these moments. So I'm gonna again use my volume measure, have it into 0.2, and then have the volume builder and the volume measure together. And then here I have my new petal. I want to smooth it as usual. maybe around this. And here I have it. I kind of like the unsmoothness here. Like it's not smooth at this moment because I want it to look like more of like a Halloween theme into it, more like bones, not like white flowers, which is the contrast of the flowers here. So I'm gonna again use the same method, just create it into measure, and then use the same method. Like the same method here to remesh it, and have it into around 2. That's a lot. Maybe into 10. Yeah, I think that's working. I think these moments here needs more. Yep, this is the one. And I'm not gonna reinvent the wheel. I'm just gonna use this wheel over here. Oh, I'm using the wrong control over here. So I do have it here again. I'm gonna use the spline wrap and wrap it into my pedal. This is not, sorry. This is not how it's supposed to look. I can just change it by having it. This one is around Y, so this is working. If I want to have these moments over here at the top, now I have my own flower. I can always change the amount of segments here to make it like more detailed, but at this moment this is like enough, and I can always animate it with this part. So I did animate all these 3 together. I had them into one image, and then you can see here this is my actual export. It's like very flat and black and white, and I also used one spotlight for it, and in order to like actually make it into more like interesting, more like have the lights more alive, I used lux again, and this time I used the optical diffusion. I made it a little bit more intense here than usual, and I used the swing tilt, which allow me to like actually have some blurriness around the corner, and I used the mojo to just change the I don't think I knew. Yeah, this one was my mistake. Yeah, we don't need the mojo for this one. I could use it to like have a little bit of tint, but I wanted to color it differently. The way that I colored it, I used Colorista, which also by the RG over here, the magic bullet. And in the Colorista, I did the guided one. The guided one will tell me, I usually say, I don't know. And I start like maybe the black level, change it over here, and the white levels as well. And the midtone, at this moment I didn't want it to change all of these. I wanted to change maybe the temperature of it. Something like this, and then it's done. It's going from this to this, and we can see how this actually transformed the image. I wanted to have this ambient feeling into it. So back to our presentation. This was my like the one that we just created. Again, I used the cloner in order to make it into different layers. And another example, enough with the flowers. Another example, this one is more of like totally different atmospheres. One where I felt interesting way where the lighting and the reflection happening. And when I saw this, the immediate instinct for me to use cloner, it just just use a cloner. And for this one over here, I used it just had this moment where the light with the gobos going together. It reminds me of the gobos, and immediately I was like, oh, I needed to use this kind of gobos on a reflective material, and this just reminds me of home. So I wanted to bring all these three elements into one, and this was my the results of it. I have the water, and I have the cloner over here. If we go and see the references, it's kind of doesn't actually look like my final output, because I didn't actually took like an inspiration from one source. I took different elements and put it all together. I also put it an element where I love the nature, and I actually used this in order to create this tree. I use a tracer as well. So it's another way to like actually really interesting into creating. For me, using tracer is an interesting way to model. And another everyday life happening here, the way that this is reflecting in a horizontal way, and also like the lights that happen, the reflections lights that happen from the train is really interesting. So I tried to a little bit to mimic part of it here, and this was my result, one of my first results. I also extended on experimenting with this one, but yeah, it's all about valuing small experiences that we face on daily basis and have it to fuel our passionate project. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any question, I would love to hear from you. If you want to find me online, I'm always like, you can find me easily as Sarah Chokali. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and thank you, Maxon, for providing this platform.
Thank you, Sarah. Great job. Very thorough. Any questions for Sarah? Look at that. Nailed it. Good job. It's very thorough explanation.
Thank you.
We have you tomorrow, right? Do we have you
Yes.
tomorrow for one more time? So if you do have questions, Sarah will be around tomorrow. But stay tuned. We're going to be taking a quick break, and then we'll be with our last presenter of the day, Anthony Bari Jr. So stay tuned. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to NAB NYC 2023. I'm Matthias Omatola, a.k.a. Major VFX. We are winding down to our last presentation of the day, but the good news is there's still plenty of events. We have a whole nother day ahead of us. And for those of you in Europe, we're going to be visiting you at the DAT Tour. So check out DAT, that's GOTODAT.com, to see us live throughout Europe on the European Tour. Up next, we have the one, the only, Anthony Bari Jr. going through a number of amazing Red Giant tools and techniques. Take it from here, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be in New York City. Thank you. So we're going to talk about a bunch of things. First and foremost, selfie with Matthias, and then on with our program. So I'm going to talk to you about a couple of things. Basically, eye candy made easy. The idea is that you can do it with not just a couple of clicks. I have some light hacks here and little things that basically will enhance whatever you do in post, whether you're actually doing stuff in After Effects or you do some stuff inside of Adobe Premiere. So if you want to, there's a little QR code. You can scan that, connect with me there on LinkedIn. We're going to go talk through a couple of different things inside of the Red Giant suites. And first and foremost, Visual Effects Suite and the Universe Suite. And I'll show you. Let me just play this out right here so you can kind of see some things we have cooked up, right? And, of course, I went with that old-school Nintendo look on the background, which I could totally switch off. And, of course, I don't really work pixelated like that, but I just put that just to kind of a little nostalgia effect. So let me just start by, let me introduce you to some of the tools we're talking about and give you an idea. And we are at Maxon. I'm a regular doing webinars and different events speaking about all the Red Giant tools. So we're going to primarily talk about VFX Suite. Let me just show you a quick overview here. And you can find it maxon.net, right, /Red Giant VFX. And there's so many awesome tools here. I'm just going to quickly scroll where you can find this and all the awesome tools. And here's another overview right here of the Universe Suite. And these are things that we're going to cover, and I'll tell you about the exact tools that I'm going to use in this presentation here in just a second. So let's just hop back over to After Effects. And I'm going to push things a little bit. So right now, you know, just having, 6 comps open at the same time, I might be pushing it. So let's just start really quick by closing other timelines. All right. And let's go back to our nostalgia here. All right. So we're going to cover the optical glow. Is absolutely one of my favorite effects. It's very simple but complex at the same time. And I'll show you why in just a bit. We'll talk about reflection and shadow and spot clone tracker. Say it with me. So spot clone tracker, and then we'll talk about the symbol mapper. We'll talk about heat wave, progresso, type on, electrify, and luster, if we can squeeze it all into this 1 hour. If not, I'm doing this again first thing tomorrow morning. All right, so grab your coffee and either head to your computer or head to the Javits Center, and we'll do this all over again. But I'll give you the 1.5 version of this. So we'll start with I am an artist of sorts, but I'm pretty technical, so I'm not necessarily the type of person that can draw. So I'm going to show you. I like to just start with shapes. So let me just show you a couple of shapes that I just kind of animate, and then I'll show you what they turn into. Yes, this is like my version of a fire, right? That's your campfire, and all that is a wiggle expression, right, which is a template that you can just find inside any shipping version of After Effects for years and years now. And so basically, these are just kind of doing a little subtle movement to mock up a fire, right? 3 triangles, different colors, and here's your core. Pretty simple, right? And then we'll talk about doing a simple animation like this. And it's really the effects that kind of sell it, right? So you can make this little quick shape, then you can be an artist just like me, right? So this right here is what I'm really kind of point out. And this right here is a symbol mapper, and it's part of the Universe Suite. And it does some pretty awesome stuff, gives you really awesome little retro looks, right? And then, of course, this right here, I just want to compare and contrast that this is the mosaic effect that I just applied to this little bird shape. And just to show you, that bird shape is just literally a path that's just being animated with the pen tool, okay? So, again, I don't draw, but I can definitely click a lot. So if we go here, let me just go back to my analog flame, and let's go to the symbol fire. Oh, one too many clicks, or it's just a sensitive mouse. So here is my fire. Let me just kind of play this back. And there's a couple of things going on to kind of sell this effect. And I added heat wave, which is kind of a built-in way of using a distortion map. And it's just like a 2-click fix, and you can actually pick if you want it to be a bellowing flame, if you want it to be kind of a simple flame, and it's basically kind of doing a wiggle with using a distortion map. So with this, just to tear this apart, show you what this is. All right, I have a couple of things going on here. If you really want to add, all the little texture kind of helps sell things. So Box Bokeh will even do a little bit more. All right, so every little bit here kind of adds to it. Definitely optical glow sells it. Let me turn off box bokeh and let's go with that. And if you don't have the optical glow, it just kind of looks a little bit more flat. So optical glow is really a way to kind of get those pixels to just pop on the screen no matter what you're doing. You can also just like type out any text, add optical glow, and now you have a neon sign. So inside of here, also unmult, anybody that might be familiar, it was a utility that basically drops all either light values or dark values, and it kind of helps you when you have certain pixels that are astray. You just want to kind of, it's like a green screen for either black or white values. So if we go in here, let me just open this up. And again, that's this layer here. I also have under the shy guy right here, turn that little shy on, and let's go up here. And I'm just going to turn on all these tiny triangles. And what these are, little embers kind of like bouncing off, kind of to simulate fire. It's not that great, but it's something, right? And so let's go right over here, and let me show you what that turns into when I use symbol mapper, right? So let me just play this back, and let me go zoom out. Again, I may crash a machine today. You know, mind you, that was pretty fast, but I just kind of like drummed that up really quick. And now you have all these like bouncing numbers, right, that look like little embers that mock up, you know, if you threw a stick in there that was super dry or something like that in your campfire, and they just become these little number particles. So I'm a big fan of the effect with the symbol mapper. And you can actually control how many different characters that you have, and you can also control you know, the random. So if you really want them to be a bunch of alphanumeric versus symbols versus, you can pick and you can kind of choose which ones work best. So there's a simple recipe for this, and again, I'm going to go through some of it, but if I'm going to show you all this good stuff, I'm going to have to kind of just give you the recipe here, and let's just talk about it real quick. So first thing you do when you do apply this effect, you want to make things as tight as possible. Otherwise, you're going to have this grid of symbols, and it doesn't really sell the effect. So if you look in here and you look at my pixels, all my pixels are really tight up together. And the benefit of that is that now it kind of gives you all those values, and you can see that that's a fire. When you start by default the values are a little bit more spread, so you don't really get the idea of your image. So you always want to tighten up your grid and your pixel density, right? And then also, for me, I like to limit the number, whether you pick letters, symbols, or numbers. I think it's a good idea to kind of limit the type of characters that you have. So if you have, you know, the whole alphabet, now you have symbols, and now you have numbers, it's really going to kind of look a little bit different. If you want it to look a little uniform, it stands out a little bit more. One second, let me grab a drink. So the idea is, and I'll go through this inside of our effect control panel. So then another thing you want to do is add unmult, which I mentioned before, because this effect will apply a grid, and you want to tuck that grid in, you want to hide it. You don't want to show it. So adding the unmult effect, which is part of the universe suite, and it's also included in a bunch of other effects. And unmult has been a utility for motion graphics for quite some time that helps you get almost an instant alpha, okay, out of lighter or darker value pixels. And then by default, I would personally disable the embedded glow and then add the optical glow. When you add the optical glow, that's going to make things really pop, and it's just such a diverse effect compared to the built-in glow. So, and then, you know, if you really want things to pop, right, you can push them around with heat wave, and I'll show you that in just a moment, and that really kind of pushes everything and kind of sells the effect of this is a fire, and it shows you that billowing heat and all the waves kind of coming off of that. So let's go here, and let me just click on this and go to my effect control, and you can see I have a couple of things. Let me just twirl these down, minimize this a little bit. So let's first talk about the symbol mapper, and inside of the symbol mapper, right, these are all the parameters that I've changed. So you can see spacing, right? So if we talk about a grid, we're going to talk about X and Y, right? Because we're just going up and down and left and right, and you want to tighten up all of these so they're in the negative. When you put them in the negative, it's gonna move all of our spacing left and right. Let me see if I can break this without crashing my machine. And you can see it gave me a little bit of an air gap there, and that's why they invented Control Z, right, or Command Z. So I'll just show you. I'll break this apart slowly, and you can see the difference right there. So if you don't want to see daylight, if you don't want to see your background, and you really want to sell this effect, the idea is that you go negative, and look, I could even go all the way negative like this, right? But now they're kind of overlapping and they look weird. So you kind of go just until the pixels are nice and dense, and then that kind of sells the effect of the idea of like, okay, this is a bunch of symbols that are in the shape of this fire. So, so that covers kind of the grid. And then on top of that, you know, you go in here and you go limit how many symbols, and you can kind of dial this in with your parameter. All right, I have this at 64 individual types, and you'll see. So if you look here while I do that, let me undo that. And you can see things change a little bit. If I go here and I go 1 and 2, you're going to get the same thing. So I don't want to go that uniform. I do like some random, but you know, the idea is you can limit that down to just 3 different characters, and that's it. So it can be just symbols, just, you know, or it could be alpha, numeric, you pick, and you can even limit it to all uppercase, all lowercase, right? But I just happen to choose numbers because for me, if I'm going for old school retro and I want it to look like a Nintendo game or Grand Theft Auto or whatever it is, I really want to just go with numbers. But that's just my choice. Here's the built-in, you have, I think it's under color and effect. Basically though, there's a glow option in here, and it's best to just ignore that and add optical glow. Optical glow is the secret sauce. It really does some awesome things. It ships with presets too. All right, so let's just go right here. I'll twirl these up and choose a preset. It'll pull this whole dashboard up. If you're not familiar, if you install the Universe set of effects on your machine, you're gonna get this awesome dashboard here, right? And so this dashboard is kind of like a diner menu. It'll give you that like picture and then tell you what it does. And you can even populate it with your own presets, and you can trade these presets. So let me grab this, drag it here. I like for it to be a piece of my interface. I'll hit the tilde key, and now you can kind of see, you know, what does what. And it gives you a little preview, little animated GIF, whatever you want to call that. And it kind of shows you, you know, medium density, large, small, lowercase, uppercase, max characters. So you can kind of find a bunch of different, look, they even have one for just 1s and 0s. So these are great starting points, but again, I highly recommend dialing it in and understanding the effect besides just going to any of these presets and saying that you know what you're doing. It's better to understand exactly what you're doing. Also, if you're shopping for effects, and I'm right in here, and it tells you what the symbol mapper actually does. All right, so it gives you a little demo of what it does, and then everything is kind of separated into different categories here, which we'll go through some of these, but just to show you. All right, and here's utilities, and there's unmult. So let's say, for instance, by the way, while I'm talking about this panel here, which works in After Effects, which works in anything Adobe, right? So, well, the main ones, Premiere and After Effects. So if I go here and I put the little heart, when I put the heart there, that populates inside of favorites. So now if I know that my recipe is to use this effect, that effect, and the other effect, now I can just go in here and pick the ones that I want, symbol mapper I use, all right? And then if you like texturize, or everybody likes VHS, right? We don't shoot using tape anymore as much, right? But people still want to mock it up. This is so popular, and you know, people really like to kind of mesh up their work and make it look like old school tape again. This is great for that. Also overlight and multitone, electrify. All right, before you know it, I stick the whole thing inside of favorites, and then I can't tell the difference, right? So anyway, so you have the different categories, and then you have your favorites, And then the idea is that you can kind of shop through here. You get an animated menu, and it shows you what to do. You can quickly select which ones work for you, and then you can also make your own versions, and those will populate in your own customized menu inside of here as well. So let's jump out of that. Now let me twirl this back up. And again, Symbol Mapper does some really cool stuff. Let me show you another version of that. Made this kind of like video game arcade startup here. Let me see if I don't crash the machine here. And the idea is kind of you take your footage, right? And as you you apply this, now again it goes all on a grid, and you want pixel density, adjust those numbers, put them in the negative, and then you make that grid nice and tight. And then that kind of sells all the fine details. So when you look at the buildings and the palm trees that are tiny down here, you can see that that's a palm tree. If it was bigger, that would just kind of look like a bunch of pixels. So, you know, again, the pixel density is sending the X and the Y into the negative, and that really does a good job at kind of giving you those fine details back and still making sure that you know that that is intention, and you can also see fine detail. So let's see if I can actually get it to play. Boom, boom. Here we go. So I got those like little Nintendo birds flying across, right? And they disappear into the sky. And then I have my text. This is another effect, my text here. E, reveal that. I have luster for this main one right here. Another cool thing about this effect right here is you can actually have a reflection map, so you can have it match, and you can make it look as though that's like shiny aluminum on a car or a mirror, or you can like mock it up like it was, you know, kind of musty, anything you'd like, and you can even adjust where the grid is and animate that as well. So, and then here is type on effect, and the type on effect, right, is this right here. So it just gives you that quick little, you know, press start video game effect here. So, and this is just a very simple, you can shop through your menu here, and you can go to text, and you're going to see these are all the different versions of that. If you were to type this out yourself, sometimes it involves expressions, sometimes it involves multiple comps. This is a really easy effect in here, and you can change it and make it work as fast as possible. So all of these things right here, each one of them will ship with its own set of presets, and you can also create your own presets. So if I'm in the effect controls, right, there is choose a preset, save a preset, and edit text. So you can go in, edit text, of course, is going to give you this different window, so not your typical text window. All right, this is the red giant interface for Universe, and you go in here and you can sort through all of these fonts. Right? And then outside of that, you know, save your own preset. So I'll go here, save my preset, and I'm just going to call this NAB New York, right? 23. And you can pick what category that goes in. So not only can I name the actual effect, but I can say like NAB, right? Hit save. Once I did that, let me go back, show you where this lives. Most recent, effects, favorites. And I want to say, let's go here. All the way, or no, we go to text, and under text, let's see, under effects, go all the way to the bottom. We're under favorites. It's somewhere here, and that happens, of course, because I'm doing a live demo. Oh, you know what? I click right here and scroll down. Yep, there it is. User presets. So it pops under the effect itself. You can favorite that one, and that'll make it populate in the other menu there. So if you want to, now I've made a preset, and I've also made it a favorite, right? So then if everybody's like praising your work, which I hope they do, right, then you can easily populate that inside of your menu here whenever it chooses to populate, right? So idea is that it's quick and easy. Here's most recent favorite. There it is. See that? So this right here would be the secret sauce. You can pass it around and let everybody have a sample of your work. Of course, you're already on to the next thing, right? You don't just create one masterpiece. You got to work on 2 or 3. So if we go here, let's just kind of pop out of here, and I'll keep my effect control menu up. But this is just to show you in context how you can use symbol mapper along with the type on effect. And I have the luster effect. And again, I just have my little simple birds there. So I like to generate items inside of After Effects so I don't have to marry it to footage because then that gets a little bit sticky trying to link this stuff. So, but, you know, I broke that rule with that last setup. Let's just talk about the birds right here real quick. All right. So I have my pixel bird, right? This is just using the mosaic effect that ships with After Effects, and it's been in there since I don't know how long, since it was like COSA After Effects. And then if I hit E, you can see I have the symbol mapper, and I have unmultiplied. Let me turn off unmult and just show you, right? So that's when things start to look a bit. You don't really want people to see, you know, what's inside of this burrito that you're making, right? So you want to kind of turn that on, and now it drops out all of those values there, and all the masked stuff kind of stays clean, right? So that's the idea with using unmult. So it's a pretty popular effect, and it gives you it kind of helps you mask with just pixel values and pixel density, light and dark values. So can you tell that I'm a fan of that effect? So if I go here, and let's just go back to my original project here. How we doing on time? All right. So let me show you another one that I really love, and that's Progresso. And all of these are like, nothing is instant. You can get to an instant starting point that does a really good job. But, I mean, if you think about it, right, without, let's say you open up After Effects for the very first time. Let me just render this while I'm talking to you. So you get into After Effects for the very first time, and you know, if you're an editor or you're an assistant or whatever the case may be, or you open up a template, right? No matter what, opening up After Effects for the very first time can be very cumbersome to some people that are not familiar with working in this interface. So you have all these great tools, right, that help you kind of navigate that without having to dive fully in to the program and make comp and comp and comp and comp. People that use After Effects, you absolutely know what that is. So, and if not, you soon will. So if we go in here, I'm just going to let that build a little bit longer. And the idea is that I can make this beautiful kind of bars to showcase that it is really hot in the desert right here. And if you look, right, that I'm using heat wave as well to kind of sell that how hot effect it is. And you'll see this as soon as I'm done rendering here. I'll let all 5 of these populate. And the idea is that I can adjust this color. Hot would be red, right? And then we're going down to like not as hot, and then cool would be blue, right? So keep in mind, this was in the summertime, right? So in a couple of weeks, it'll be the reverse of this. So in here, right, now you can see kind of the billowing heat that's coming from the heat wave effect. And then I'm also using a few other things just to kind of add a little bit of flavor to my existing footage. So let's just, all right, I'm done rendering for now. And the idea is all these kind of just populate. And one thing I love about Progresso is that I can go in here and let's just open up the effect controls. And I'll twirl this down. Oh, I have these in comps, like I mentioned before. And inside of here, this is the real effect, right? So I have this arrow that animates, and I have the color that animates as it builds. The numbers animate. So all those things animating all in one effect. And of course, I added my favorite, the optical glow. Is this right here does not really sell the effect, right? And if you do the native glow, it's not the same. It doesn't have this natural fall off and this beautiful organic lighting effect, right? And that's another whole topic, which I'll try to get to. If not, I'll do it first thing in the morning on tomorrow's 0.5 version upgrade from today. So idea is, all right, I'm doing all these different things inside one of these effects. Let me just twirl down Progresso. And you can also, in here, just hit U, and that's going to show me all of the parameters that I've keyframed. So I've keyframed my font color, and you'll see it, right? And I've keyframed the marker color, right? And then it's also adjusting this bar, my progress bar as well. So you can see on here, the progress bar is changing colors, the marker's moving up. All of these animations are happening just inside of this progresso effect. And again, just like I talked about before, let's just go in here. You can go and I'll just show you some of these presets to kind of make this that much better. When you click on it, by the way, choose a preset. Because I don't have it as a floating panel, it pops up right here and inside of that dashboard that I put inside of my interface. So all of these are different progress bars, right? You even have Pac-Man here, or reverse Pac-Man. Oh, that's like Ghost Pac-Man. Anyway, so you could pick, one of these as a good starting point. I want to say I did either this or this, and it gives you kind of those bars. You can space them out. You can adjust. You can make a battery, right? Show when you're fully charged and when you're losing your power. You can make a video game bar, like you were playing Street Fighter or something like that. And you can kind of go in here, and all of these things, either like a pie chart situation, this arc, they're all really easy to start with, and then you can adjust. None of these are going top to bottom, so I actually, in my effect, I actually just turned it so it's going top to bottom. So all these seem to be going left and right, but don't worry, you can change that around and you can rotate it, and all the values will go up and down when you go left and right. So let's just go back to it. And in my effect controls, you can see just how many things I can do inside of Progresso. And you can see these are the things that I have keyframed, right? And you can even adjust that from a pointer to a rectangle, a ellipse, or a triangle, right? And then in here, you can kind of justify and make either adjust your text, adjust your colors, and then kind of add, are you dealing with numbers? Are you dealing with time, right? Are you dealing with a gradient? Do you want solid? So many things you can do inside of here that would typically take a few different effects to accomplish. But, if you are doing an infographic, this is your best friend. This will make life that much easier. And again, this is just a single effect versus having to animate and then maybe even do, if you're not familiar already, you should get familiar with this pick whip right here so you can get the values to match the other values or the parent, right? And you can pick which one sticks to which one follows which one, and however they work best. So, again, that's the thermometer, and I've already done the work here to show you how a few of them go together. What you're not seeing, right, is this other easy effect right here called reflection. So if I hit E, I added the reflection effect, and let me just show you what that looks like. So if I go here, and I'll zoom in. I have another version of this that'll break down a little easier. So with the reflection effect, you can click on it, and then it'll give you on-screen controls. Let me just jump over to a different comp, and I'll show you reflection and shadow, and these are part of the VFX suite. So let me close everything. Oh, that's one of my favorite shortcuts, by the way. Close other timeline panels. That works in Adobe Premiere as well. So if your computer is screaming because you're killing all the RAM or you're killing all the system resources, just right-click and close them all. Best thing they ever created. So if we go here, let's go to the martini shot. Those of you in production might know what the martini shot is. And there's two quick things that I'm selling with this idea here, is that I can make it look like an Apple product shot by just adding an image on a clean white background with a nice subtle reflection as though it was sitting on a glass table, right? And you can control the way that works. So if I go here, let's go to our effect controls, and I'll just click on this, and now you get this kind of T situation here, right? And with that, I can actually grab it and adjust the fall off, right? And kind of adjust the angle. And then you can even adjust to where the axis is, right? So you can see where it's coming from. And then you can also there's a quick access drop down that shows you, does it live on the bottom? Do you want it to live directly underneath? Do you want it to live above it or below it? And then another thing, right, while compositing or using an effect to do a composite, right, you can also choose to have the blend mode as behind, because there's nothing more weird, right, than doing a shadow and the shadow pops up above the foreground pixels, right? So there's an option right here for behind, outside of the regular options that you probably know that are standard. So behind will have all those pixel values go right behind it, and now you don't have to deal with making two versions of it and putting one layer underneath the other layer. It's built right into the effect. And again, you can control the way it bends. You can keyframe. There's a stopwatch on almost every single thing right here, right? And then also you can have it clipped to the bounding box, or you can stretch it beyond the bounding box. And when you uncheck this, you're going to get this. Unchecking this is going to increase render times. Everybody loves that, because what's better than longer render times, right? The idea is that you can basically take those pixels and put them wherever you want, so the computer does a little bit more work to do that. But just to show you, you can just kind of, by default, this is on, so you do get a warning, and it's always a courtesy to give you a warning that, yes, clicking this box is going to take that much longer. So the other thing is, and I love just simple shapes again, so let's just look at this martini right here, which is just a quick shape of a martini glass, right? Like I said, I'm no artist, but I can make some shapes, right? Or even better, import an image in there and then click around and make your shape. So if you can use tracing paper, you can use the mouse and you could do art. So we go in here, let's twirl this down, and again, you go and take a look at these things. Let's just go straight down here, and right now blend mode is normal, and let me just show you what that looks like. It kind of bleeds over your pixels here. That's not really a shadow, because the shadow wouldn't be on top of your pixels. So we go back, let me click here. Let's go and change that to behind. And then that fixes that problem. So now that stem doesn't have a shadow on top of it, which makes absolutely no sense, right? And you don't have to duplicate and change your layer order. It's just built right into the effect. And then of course, you know, if you want to take that the same route, you can build a really nice soft gradient background, because, you know, if you're doing this right here and you're just kind of working on what your comp is, like you're really just working on this. And this right here doesn't look pretty at all, right? So even if you turn that off, now I'm just working on the existing, you know, flat color. But if you want to make it nice, right, you can add in a simple gradient. This right here is a simple gradient effect that comes with the Universe Suite. Go inside of here and you can kind of change this up however you want, add a little fractal noise, keyframe it, make a perfect loop. So if you want to make a looping background without having to, you know, do the math, or without having to go and add fractal noise and then add this and add that and add a gradient, it's all built into one effect, and it makes life a little bit easier. And again, it's just kind of like selling the idea of making something that easy, right? Is just add a nice little subtle background, and it's almost like it's the wrapper for the candy bar, right? Maybe you make a great candy bar, but like people are going to buy it because they see the wrapper before they taste the candy bar. So we go in here, and let's just kind of do a quick recap. And I'm going to open up another scene here in just a second, but I'm going to go through everything I have in this comp before I do so. So far we touched slightly on optical glow. You've seen it on so many things, all right? Reflection, shadow. We're going to talk about the spot clone tracker, all right? And I'm going to use it slightly different than it's intended, all right? And then the symbol mapper, heat wave, I will go in and I'll show you heat wave and kind of how, what it can do. Even if you just throw a simple still image on there, you can get heat wave to kind of push things around. So Progresso, I showed you, that's how we did those temperature bars, and that kind of helps you do more than one thing in one solo effect. So I can animate color over time, I can animate a grid over time, and I can animate numbers over time, and it's all built right into Progresso. Type on was the effect, it was the press start, and with the little like MS-DOS flashing looking thing. Electrify we didn't really go over, but luster is that text that has a reflection map built in that you can actually choose and make it look like a shiny piece of aluminum or a dull piece of metal or whatever you'd like it to look like. You can add a reflection map to your text, and you can animate this along with a gradient as well. So let me just show you. I'll add the, let's pretend we're in like Palm Springs for this martini shot, right? But let me just make the martini wave here. So I'll go here, go to Red Giant. Let's go back to Universe Effects, and I want to say it's under Distort, Heat Wave, right? And I'm going to apply that to this martini, and I'll just do a quick render to show you. And I'll zoom in just so you can see it. The default is relatively subtle. All right, so just on a piece of text, you know, animating a simple piece of text. And that's all has built-in distortion map, all built-in, you know, pixel values that are going to push that around and blur certain areas and move certain areas and distort certain areas. So without you having to create this and then put it in a comp and then match that comp back and then connect the two, it's built right in. And let me just show you. So now that's kind of subtle, but if you really want to sell that effect and you're like, it's really hot outside, all right, let's go to choose a preset, and I'll show you the presets. So billowed, default, squiggles, all right, mirage, and then down here, super hot. Let's go with super hot. Good starting point, right? And if you can see, here's my distortion, and that's pretty hot right there. It's almost too hot, right? So it looks like that martini is boiling in the sun. So let's just go back here, play that back, and that's a bit much, right? You can add that to a footage layer as well, and adding it to a footage layer is going to do the same thing, push the pixels around and give you this kind of like feeling like, you know, there's some fumes coming off the pavement, right? So if we go here, you can control this. Let's go to the effect controls, and you can see like those are the presets. Let's go to billowed. Let's actually, I can reset this effect, and I'm just going to kind of push things. Heat intensity, right? And then you'll see it distort as I push that. All right, you can see how much it's distorting and how much do you want it to go. Here's your speed. Let's just take that speed down. The speed is just a bit much. All right, you want to kind of sell it, but subtlety is really your best friend when you're selling this kind of effect. Blur amount, all right? So not only is it distorting, it's also blurring, all right? So let's just take that blur amount down. Let's take that to 10 and just see how that looks, all right? Or if you crank it all the way up, all right, and you can see like wherever the map is, where those dark values are, that's what's being blurred, all right? Or it might even be inverted. So if we go here, you can also view your output, and you can kind of see where the distortion is, and this is kind of what it's mapping to. And if you adjust, you can see this is just different fractal noise underneath, all right, to kind of give you this effect. So now you're seeing what's inside this burrito here that's being rolled up. And we go here, let's just change that, and you can even see like the masking. So let's just go to final output. All right, now we can see how things are being distorted, and you can see it as you're adjusting. Even though it's not animating, I can see where things are, and you can change that direction. So you have all of these different options inside of a single effect, which would usually be a pre-comp, at least one involved in doing this. So it saves you a little bit of time with that. So now if we go here, you can see I slowed that down significantly. And again, it's not that hot, so get rid of that. All right, so that's our heat wave. Now let's go over here, project, and let's just talk about, that's pretty much everything I have in this comp. And I'm going to open up this other comp right here, and we'll come back to this in just a moment. So close this out, and I'll open recent, and let's go to our sunset. So I'll hit don't save. Let's populate this. It'll take me a second to load this up. Now I'm going to use a couple of different effects in context, and I'm going to show you a different way to use the spot clone tracker, which is a pretty fast tracker, and you can do a lot of great things with it. Let me first just kind of showcase this scene right here. So the two things that are being worked on here, right, is my reflection in the water. There's a glow, of course. Take a wild guess which one that is. And then I also have, so reflection in the water, optical glow here, and then it's tracked with the spot clone tracker. And then I'm actually anchoring it using separate trackers on the reflection layer as well. So if I go here, just hit the E key, and then you're going to see I have a reflection, right? I have optical glow, and then in here, I have tracked this footage with spot clone tracker, and I'm using this in a different way. I'm using this basically pick whipping it. I'm tracking, but I'm not doing a spot, right? So spot clone tracker, as it ships and what it's for, is two effects in one. Let me just turn this off and let me show you spot clone tracker first. All right. So spot clone tracker, I'll just apply the effect, and let's just do spot clone. I got to spell correctly. There it is. Spot clone tracker, drag it right here in my effect. And what it'll do by default is, let's say I want to take this tower here and I want to add it here. So I'm going to just break down this effect, and then I'm going to show you how I like to use the tracker only. And why I use the tracker only, because it is super fast and you can get some really great results with it. So right now this is kind of, you can kind of cone that out, or you can do it like pixel perfect, so to speak, and you can also change your methods. I'll give a little bit of love right here to the effect controls. So in the effect controls, right, I have a couple of different things. Just like any tracker, you have the option for position and scale, and rotation, right? So we also have another one called the Kingpin tracker, and that's a planar tracker, and that's used for different things like replacing signage and stuff like that. But let me just show you this first. So if we go in here, you can adjust a few things. Where am I pulling it from, right? So this is my source. The blue is my source, and the orange, right? Or teal and orange, right? Imagine that. So teal and orange, right, done on purpose, are basically allowing me to kind of, this is my output and that's my source, and then here's the method that I'm choosing. So repair is going to kind of give you, if you think Photoshop, give you the like repair. Basically, it's going to give you a slightly more in-tune version that matches the lighting and matches the pixels around it, right? And then if you want pixel perfect, you'll choose clone, and you can see that now that is a rooftop that is exactly the same, all right? And if you want to change that, all right, you can add texture repair. So that actually like applies a kind of a transfer mode, right? A blend mode, at the same time giving you that same texture, but using a different blend mode. Here's another one, texture clone, and then fill. Right? It's just filling it with similar pixels. And you can also do custom, and you can choose a layer. So choosing a layer is like, I can go in here and I choose the text, right? And I'm breaking it right now because I have different things going. So let me hurry up and get rid of that before I crash the program. So if I go back here and let's just do clone, back to clone, and now I have the exact same thing. And let me just, I'm going to pull from this, and then I'm going to say where I want this to go. So you can do, another thing is, see how it says spot wireframe? So here's my spot wireframe that's showing me what is going to be cloned. Like it's going to clone to this place. And then you also have clone from. So you can adjust these colors too. So if you don't like teal and orange, you can go green and red, right? You can go, pink and fuchsia. You can pick whatever you want, and they're all available in here. And look, you can pick any color that pops up on your screen as well. So that right there is a little extra, but if you want options, you got options. So the idea is now I have done a one-for-one clone, right? Does it look great? No, not in this context. You can also adjust. Here's my spot, and I can kind of choose where do I want that to go. put it right here. And this looks all right. It's not bad. It's like a random rooftop. And you can adjust this and adjust that size. So it lives, and it's, now I have a 1-for-1 clone. So now it does a clone, and it does a track. And the track happens relatively fast, and you can kind of start at the very beginning. All right, and also this is not a tripod shot. It's actually bouncing. You know, we're on a boat going down the river. All right. So with this, now that I track it, I'll track forward. And this right here, right now, depending on what kind of computer you're on, you could do a really fast track, right? And you can see it's just building that out, and it's actually doing a preview. If you're not, if your computer's choking a little bit when you're doing it, if you have a 2019 laptop or 2018 laptop, like myself, not this machine, but when you're not at home, right, you can switch it to wireframe only, and that's a faster track, and that's going to move pretty fast. All right, so now you're not dealing with that same setup, and then it's drawn all of these things for me already. So let me reset this, and the idea is I want to use just those tracking values. So imagine all of this, but you don't want to do a clone. You don't want to use the spot clone. You just want to use the tracker, which is super fast. You can go in here, and I'll show you just for time's sake. All right, we don't have to track the whole thing all over again. Let me reset this and delete all these values here. Where are we at? Or just hit U, select them all, delete. Okay. So now we can go here, and first thing I'll do, all right, and let me just go through my recipe here and kind of show you before we actually do it. So let's just start here at the top. First thing that I would do, right, track your layer, but before you even track it, you want to track the position, the scale, and the rotation. So it's going to make sure all of it is tracked. Right there, I just did a position track, so it kind of went a little off angle. Well, if we want it to match and want to look good, we want to do position, scale, and rotation, all right? And we want to leave things at the default size, because all we're going to use is just a small little bit, all right? So we're going to use these circles nice and small, and they're going to track all the values inside of that circle. So then that's it's less data to deal with, and it's actually a really great tracker. So you're going to see how awesome just that tiny little bit of pixels will track. So if I go here, turn off spot opacity so I'm not seeing the values replicated, and all I care about is use this little piece as a tracker, right? And then we go over here. Once we actually track, right, we're going to use the pick whip, and the pick whip is basically we're going to translate the values from one layer to the next layer. So inside of here, here's the lingo, right? The spot center, it equals position. The spot size equals scale. The spot rotation equals rotate, right? So that's your P, S, R, right? And then from there, what you want to do is you're just going to pick whip those values, and it's going to grab all of those keyframes, and it's going to map it to those values. And those are very simple values. Whenever you're doing any of this, again, just hit P for position, hold Shift and hit S, and then while you're holding Shift, hit R, and now you have P, S, and R, all right? And those translate over to those other values. So this right here is the one that's actually already done, and I will show you. Let's go to, now a couple of things to take it one step further. Something that was done inside of here is we also use reflection, right? That's this layer right here. And to anchor that down, I made two more instances of spot clone tracker. So in here, I went ahead and I labeled it. So the idea makes sense. I labeled it as the access start equals reflection left. The access end equals reflection right. So if we look at reflection, you'll see, and I also made this shape, and you can adjust these shapes beforehand. I wanted it as close to the water as possible, but I didn't want it in the water. And I just kind of made this little, I don't know, trapezoid, not a trapezoid, like a little, looks like a little half moon situation, right? Here and here, and I basically anchored those parts of the building. I tracked those. They track relatively fast. And the idea is I also turned off, you see, let's just go into here. I turned off my spot opacity, because that doesn't matter. You're using the tracking values, and you're going to map those values to anchor this right here. So when I don't have that on, if I turn those off, this right here wouldn't be as accurate. It'll be shining on the water. It'll look relatively close, but it won't be like pixel accurate. So the idea is having these on is now I have made these anchors right here that are tracked, and then I applied P, S, and R, right, to position, scale, and rotation to my reflection in the water here. So not only is this tracked on the building, this is tracked in the water, and they have a tracker for the left and a tracker for the right, and that is for the reflection. If you look at the reflection effect, let's go here. You have this T handle, right? That's the left side of it. There's the right side of it. And then once it's tracked on the left and the right, you can actually grab this and adjust this as much as you want. And basically, it's going to be anchored here, and then you can adjust this. Oop. You can also adjust your whole scene by accident, like I just did. Let me pin that down. So you can go and you can adjust that. Oh. And where are we? Oh, it's on here. So yeah, I'll pin that down anyway. So I go here and I go to reflection, and I can kind of adjust where this lives. And it's pinned down on the left, on the right, using the spot clone tracker. And the idea is that I'm using the spot clone tracker as a faster tracker that renders super fast, faster than the native solution inside of After Effects. And you can use this however you see fit. And it analyzes a small spot that allows for, so you don't have to have all the numbers populate. If you use the native tracker, you'll see a whole bunch of numbers, and you have to kind of lasso around. This just kind of says this point, that point, track, move forward, move backwards, and it's done. And it moves relatively fast. So that's the idea for that. These are the two different recipes, just to kind of show you. But again, I'll open it up for questions since we're here at the tail end, and I hope Matthias can hear me. So anyway, that's the idea. Spot clone tracker as a tracker, not just as a spot clone tracker. And everything else, just to bring it back to the top. Close this out, don't save, and I'll go to open recent, pop back up to this one. And here is our open. That's it.
And there he is, folks. Let's hear a round of applause for Anthony Bari Jr.
Funny.
There he is. Cool. If we do have time for questions, he's closing out the show. But if you have questions and you can't think of it right now, or you're overwhelmed, tomorrow is a great time. Tony's going to be kicking it off for us first thing in the morning. So if you have questions, that's a great time as well. Any questions for Anthony?
And if you can't see that little QR code, there it is.
Boom. There's a QR code for you.
Yep.
And the folks at home. So I have a question for you. Tracker, when would you use just spot clone tracker or that tracking data versus the native one in After Effects?
You can use them both.
Mm-hmm.
One happens to move twice the speed.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, it moves way faster. And you're looking at, this little area versus looking at a grid of numbers and kind of roping around things. There's a little less steps to use.
Okay.
So,
cool. Well, there you have it. All right, folks. Well, that will conclude day one here at NAB NYC 2023. Tune in tomorrow. And don't forget, if you're in Europe and you want to see us, check out Go to Dat. We're going to be part of the DAT tour, and that's GOTODAT.com. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.